Okay, so when we last left off, to give you guys a basic rundown on the storyline, you are currently at the Vorkstag and Grinds chemical factory, having followed up on a few potential leads related to some surgical tools you had found out at the graveyard sites of the town of Morast during the first night of investigation. You had found several indications, and you found some high-end surgical tools that had a symbol that, after extensive tracing back through numerous conversations and more than a few bribes, some fairly extensive on the behalf of the druid, you managed to trace them back to this particular location. And Doge, Bard, and the wizard, or the witch, have all decided that this is the time to go a little bit outside of the lines and break into the place to figure out what, if any, information there might be. It is currently about midnight-ish at night. You are 5 minutes in to your 10-minute invisibility. If you recall, the upper floors, or the entryway into the factory, there is a golem-based guard dog that can reach out 20 feet from the wall. It's currently barking, yelling, growling, and straining against the iron chain that it's attached to, while the champion sort of holds its attention, while everybody else was able to go inside invisibly. Did not seem to identify or recognize anybody that was there. In the main room, there's several chemical vats with active people working the chemicals. From what you can tell, they were mongrel men or mutants or deformed people working the chemicals and dealing with the other fumes. You guys ended up heading downstairs to a lower level underneath the factory into a side chamber, which is where you guys are currently at, where there is a variety of boxes, crates, etc. Now, when we last left off, a mongrel man had come in, grabbed a box. You guys remained stealthy, and then he had left out through the side door. You also had discovered what appears to be a secret door right here in the corner that leads somewhere, and then there is another door to your south that leads into another section of the basement. Like I said, you guys currently about 5 minutes. Now, while you guys are debating what your next course of action is, I need to ask the rest of the group. The scouts, or rogues, for lack of a better description, have been gone for 5 minutes. The dog hasn't ceased in its growl. If anything, it seems like it's in a repeating loop of growl, snarl, bark, lunge. Growl, snarl, bark, lunge. Just over and over trying to get to you while you're actively distracting it. Anytime you stop, it stops and then just stands there looking at you. But otherwise is well aware of the fact that you guys are there and obviously programmed to protect the area. The group went in about 5 minutes ago. You haven't heard or seen any sign of them. Hasn't been any feedback or information. You know they have 10 minutes before things start to have a problem. What is your guys' plan if the 10 minutes pass?
I'd say maybe like after 10 minutes, they don't come back. 5 minutes later, if they still don't come back, we stealthily get in, like from the back or possibly at the top.
There is no back entrance. There's iron barred windows around the place that are covered in grime and dirt and so forth that you can look in. And there are windows on the upper tower going up, but the only way in appears to be the 2 doors into the shipping area or the dock that at least you guys saw temporarily people inside there. And then the main warehouse where looking through the windows you can see people as well.
We'll wait for a minute.
Okay. So unless you see a sign, you're just waiting?
Yeah. Fine, like everybody else takes off.
Well, and that's what I want to cover for everybody else. What is your guys' plan to wait here until you see a sign? Or go in at 10 minutes regardless, or what?
Just wait for us.
Oh, just wait.
Okay. So if they're not able to communicate with you, then my assumption is you're giving them as much time as they need until that you guys get assigned.
Unless if dawn comes, and we
If
got
dawn comes and we're
case,
still there,
yeah, and that's hours away though, right?
It's noon. You got about 4 or 5 hours at least before the sun starts to come up.
Yeah, no, it gets closer to morning. We want to make sure we're at the court case anyway. If something happens down and out at that point.
Okay, so at sunrise you're going in regardless?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Say something has to happen to him.
I would agree.
Yep, that's my assumption.
Okay, now keep in mind, per the guidelines, anybody who is not a court defender, it's literally breaking and entering into a private residence, private business. As a court-appointed defender investigator, you have some flexibility on that, but if you don't find anything legitimate for the case,
Against this guy.
you're just as guilty as everybody else. And Judge Daramid, originally, part of her instructions was, you're not allowed to break the law, etc. You don't have any special rights and that sort of stuff. So if you guys choose to go in, fight, kill, whatever, any actions are on you guys. So keep that in mind as far as your characters, your beliefs, your backgrounds, etc., as far as what you're willing to do. So what I'm hearing is the group outside is going to wait until sunrise and then break in and go and barge in, regardless of the situation. Okay, sounds good. So meanwhile, down below, the door has just closed. You guys have a collection of crates in this room. What would you like to do?
Did we already search these crates?
You opened one or two of them and you saw various finished alchemical goods. You didn't have a lot of time to search through all of them. Beyond that, there is some things of value if you are interested in them. The mongrelman came in and picked up one of the boxes you hadn't opened and then carried it back into the factory area. Like I said, there is what appears to be an arcing scratch on the ground that you have identified as a secret door, and then another door heading to the south. Looks like a fairly sturdy one.
The door?
Okay. Who's opening it? Okay. It is dark beyond. I'm assuming you're going to follow her since you're the one with the light. Okay.
Lantern. Was that lantern?
Did you have that turned off?
I turned it off originally when the mobile man came in.
Okay, so you blew it out. Okay, so the three of you move over there. You see a hallway that heads down an old chamber. It goes 10, 20 feet or so, and then opens into a largish room. Another 10 feet past it, you see an old iron gate that blocks the hallway, and you can smell a strong sense of sewer stench coming from that hallway. And there's an iron gate, looks like it has a padlock and a chain on it, closing that up, going further down the tunnel. In the room where you're at, there is a large coffin set on a table, a hand cart, and a couple of tables with what looks like skeletons of some oversized creature arranged and organized on the table.
He was obviously creating monsters.
There's also several jars, crates, etc., filled with various things. You can start poking through it. The secret door behind you closes on its own, unless you guys wish to have somebody hold it open.
No, we should probably have it closed.
Okay. You can't hear any noise from the other side of it because of the stone construction and everything,
Okay.
if that matters to whatever you guys are doing. Okay? So you guys start spread out around the room. Everybody, all three of you, give me a perception check.
That would be a 10.
22.
21.
Okay. The bard is otherwise occupied getting his lantern to work properly.
Nice.
You find a handful of different things. The jars and boxes contain various preserved specimens. You find what looks like an elf head that has a notably ashen or black skin color, been preserved or is discolored. There is a jar that looks like it's filled with a greenish liquid, inside of which are a collection of oversized eyes. Something easily 3-4 times bigger than a human size. There is the head and spine of some creature that is stretched and distended. It looks like it's possibly, it looks like a human-sized rat with human features. And then there is a large jar filled with bluish tentacles, sort of jammed in there. All sorts of different collection things. The skeletons of the creatures, go ahead and give me a nature roll.
An 8.
8? 14?
17.
I instead use my bardic lore.
You can try.
The 1, so.
So yeah, between the monk, yeah,
I was going to say, any more?
wouldn't help you in this case. Yeah, doesn't seem to be Shuni related.
Okay.
The bard, fairly certain these are ogres. You're pretty certain they're owlbears. Okay. Skeletons of them. Were you guys opening the coffin? Okay. That takes some tools and a bit of noise to crack open. It's been nailed shut.
Don't know.
No? You can't hear anybody on the other side
Well,
listening
let's
to you.
check on the other side of the gate first.
Well,
Okay.
the only
It's
thing,
locked.
Gate's locked, but you can see through the gate.
the only thing that I'm going to be a little concerned about that gate is what's the other side of it. Like, is this gate holding some type of...
No sewer, right?
Yeah, it's just a straight tunnel that looks like the further you go, the more damp and mossy it gets. It feels like it's leading into the sewer system of the city rather than like a cage.
So that could be
Okay.
Okay.
Something happening.
Okay. You guys-
We don't have the dead priest with us.
Well,
Yeah.
if you guys are opening that, do you want me at the same time to...
No, let's open one thing at a time.
Well, no, I'm just thinking we're in a time crunch.
You are. It's taken maybe a minute or so to search through the room
Do you want
to get
me
what you guys
open that
have.
Gate? I'm not saying open it, at least unlock it.
Okay.
This is going to be bad.
Okay. Okay. So you're gonna start working on the gate. But excuse me. Inside the coffin, after you guys crack it open, pull the nails out, you find a body of a human. Looks like just like he's sleeping.
A dead
From the
person
clothing,
sleeping's alarming.
from the clothing and everything, looks like a traveler of some sort. As far as he's wearing traveling clothes and that sort of stuff. No other equipment per se. Older, potentially in age, but otherwise looks like he's just laying there peacefully sleeping.
Does he have any insignias or whatever that indicate what town he's from?
You can give me a
Bardic lore.
bardic lore or a local lore. Society roll.
Would be my bard.
Okay.
That would be a 21.
Mark him as a. The personal effects better said. Identify him as from a region called Tamrivina, which is some other region, not local. Okay.
But does he
And
seem
he
like
looks
he's breathing?
fresh. He doesn't look.
Yes. Yes.
Fresh as a
Okay.
dead person.
This wasn't a coffin.
It is a coffin because they were curious. Meanwhile, you're picking the lock. Go ahead and give me a thievery skill. Yeah.
Oh, I got +2.
You got a fancy kit.
20.
20. Okay. You managed to get one success picking part of the locks. It takes 3 successes total to get a lock unlocked. Okay.
Determine how.
Sure. Give me an 8 or give me a medicine check. 24. No signs of wounds on him. No indication visually how he died or when he died.
Is he breathing?
No.
Okay. I didn't.
No pulse.
He has no pulse. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't see any signs of how he died or any indication. He is definitely not breathing, however. Okay. Other than that, on the table, or on the hand card, better said, there is a ledger. Looks like a really wide bank ledger type thing. Just sort of set on the side amongst all the rest of the stuff. That is.
What's the dude old? Like, does he look old?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not like ancient, but definitely older aged. The other thing you guys find is on top of the ledger looks like a wand. Okay, go ahead and give me another roll.
Like magic.
It appears to be magical.
Well, I think your lockpicks are broken down.
What'd you get? Natural 1. Okay, so you break off one of the picks, gives you a cumulative -1 until you get them repaired. So,
Can I use?
It would take 10 minutes.
you want to take 10 minutes? You
no,
can.
no, I don't.
Oh, what's the ledger set?
You start scanning through it. It'll take some time to absorb it, but it looks like a quick glance looks like an accounting of various things.
Okay.
Okay, it's written in common, so not hard to read. You guys end up spending between working on the lock and checking all the stuff, checking the body, etc. You guys have burned 2 minutes now.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be a ledger of orders and deliveries, listing many of the items here, along with a lot of other things previously, destined for various names located in far-off countries and commanding fairly high prices. It reads like the closest you would come to is like a wizard's shopping list
Okay.
of random things.
Is it stuff he's exporting or importing?
Exporting. As far off as Caliphos.
Move on.
Okay. Now, many of the items you note here would be considered illegal. Okay, because it's not just things like nude eyes and
So that's what I
owlbear
was
fur.
thinking. I mean, this
It's
isn't
like
normal stuff. That
fresh goblin brain and left leg of an elf or things like that.
Yeah.
It's things that would certainly side on the darker side of trade. That, at least from this ledger, gives the implication that this location is being used for
illegal trade.
trade, at least in more necromantic or dark art type supply.
Stuff that they can get in trouble.
They could, yeah, they, it would certainly reflect poorly on them. It's none of it what you would say is directly illegal. It's just highly questionable. And from what you know, the guys that own this place and run it are upstanding citizens of the city. So it would be a major issue if it were to come to light that they were trading in this stuff. Not that they're necessarily illegal as such, it's just don't generally want to do it.
Got that door open yet?
I think also, I
Yeah.
think another thing too, we should probably take one of these jars or something. I don't know if take it with us
How big?
or place it. in
You
a
can
different
find a
area,
jar.
or we can
I
find
mean, there's
if
plenty
we
that are
have to
small, and there's some
prove
that are large. The one with the eyeballs and the tentacles are really large.
Because as soon as they find out that we're coming to investigate, they're gonna buy it. And that would be the likelihood.
Yeah.
So we would
There's
want
no
to.
harm.
I don't even necessarily know about taking it. If we can actually find a spot that's convenient that we know where it's at, they wouldn't know.
Okay.
You crazy?
No,
No.
I would just take it.
You would just take it, but then
I'm gonna take the wand and the lid.
Okay, so you take the one on the ledger. Okay. You guys want to take any of the other stuff?
That way, if something happens to
Right. I'm just wondering, because we're gonna clearly want to get it tomorrow, bring light to it, or whatever the case is, and we're gonna clear out.
If they know you were there.
Right, but how, I mean, if you know that.
Once you announce it, or
So that's why I was thinking about having at least one item. It's like a bad item hidden in a corner or something. Maybe they won't be paying attention, cover it up with something.
let's take it.
You already
Also,
broke
also
it.
we
You
need
already
this
broke it
before
in.
the
You might as well
trial
take it.
because we need to defend the
Let's open this door
Yeah.
and
Okay, go ahead and continue picking.
That would be
Okay. You managed to finish off the lock. It is open. You see a dark, dismal tunnel that heads off into the darkness.
I thought you
does
said
it look?
that was only 2 successes.
Glossing over some of it in the interest of time. Moving on. I know he obviously can do it given the amount of time he has.
Does it look like there's been a disturbance in this hallway recently?
Give me a survival check.
Oh, okay. Can I use my theater lore?
No.
No, I can't. Okay. That's a 4. So.
Nope. Looks like other than Doge, nobody's been here for years.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. 5?
Yep, definite signs that people have come through.
Alright.
As a matter of fact, there's some of the footprints are still muddy and still wet in this area.
So clearly they come through this
Yes.
area.
From the indications, the cart in general is used to move things up and down the tunnel. There is signs and even slight grooves in the tunnel heading east. None of it appears to go west past the secret door. I mean, occasionally footsteps, obviously, but the cart and everything stays here or goes east.
We're gonna
You guys got a couple minutes left.
Probably go down the tunnel.
there's a way. Clearly that's
And that and see if there's something on the other.
yeah.
Okay, so you guys head down the
So
tunnel.
we're basically making the assumption at this point.
I think so. Unless we find something that we really don't like.
We should probably go through them now.
But I think that
Well, the problem is,
where the sewage is, smell and stuff, and the smell and stuff, is where they're bringing dead people.
You think that's it, or you think that's where they're exporting?
Probably both, but
What side of the doorway was the gate?
no. Also, you guys need to find a way.
It's in the sewers. It could link like.
Right, that's what, so let's do all the exploring we can do here while we're still invisible.
Well, the only issue with it, here what's on the other door, so if we open it, there's a worker exporting the goods.
But it was a secret.
Okay, we just opened the gate,
Correct.
and there's a door behind the gate?
No.
the
The
door
gate
to go
leads
back.
into the gate.
We have to
Apparently
go back
leads to
through
the sewers.
secret end.
And
To go
over here,
back to
over
the
here is a
other
secret door, and you don't know what's on the other side at this point, any more than you knew what was on the other side when you opened it initially.
I mean, if we're gonna do it, we might as well do it while we're invisible.
Okay.
You're not satisfied with what?
Yeah, we need to find more stuff.
Well, the key thing is, just from a storyline, keep in mind your goal here is to find a defense of the beast, or proof that the beast was involved. Either one. Has anything you found thus far pointed to his guilt or innocence?
Not him personally.
That's the important part.
Right.
Okay? And there might be lots of other things going on in the city, but if it has no bearing on the court case, then it's irrelevant.
Well, he could have a variance if he's the one that created the
We
beast.
can't prove it.
I know, so that's why we
But that's why we
probably-
need to keep
we
looking
need
is
to
to
keep
find
looking.
Okay?
But you got the ledger.
This,
farming out body parts.
at least the gate's already open.
Yeah, gate's unlocked,
We
yes.
have an escape route.
Okay, so who's opening the secret door? Okay. Dahlia moves back the other way, and with all but with the light. Keeping the light on or off?
Why don't you guys let me?
I mean, you do have dark vision.
Okay. Keep it open. Okay. Beyond, looks like the room's currently empty. Can you share that with the
Yep.
rest of them? Yep. Okay. You head back into the other room. Again, the secret door closes on its own behind you unless you guys specifically keep it open. You have a door to your south. That's the only other place here, unless you want to go explore the upper reaches of the place.
Listen at the door.
You have approximately 2 minutes worth of time on your invisibility.
You're not talking about.
And then the 7 door. That we've not opened yet.
Okay.
I was thinking about listening at the door before. We can hear activity.
Give me a perception check.
You assume I have great perception too. 16.
18.
Oh, there we
Okay.
go.
You all put your ears up to the door. Sounds quiet.
Let's just leave the light
Let's
on
go.
and go. Let's go.
Okay. You open it up and you see a passageway a bit wider than the previous ones that goes down to the south and ends in a large metal door. The passageway itself has a downward slope. Not a very steep one, but definitely a slope down.
Is there like a window at the top of the door, or
No.
is it just complete iron?
Yeah. Just a metal door. Looks like this one is reinforced, has a lock on it. Seems fairly sturdy.
Move it into the hallway. Close the door behind us.
Okay.
Even if we, I still think if you can link this guy to creating the beast, then that has something to do with the court.
Yeah,
No,
you're
but
looking for the
we
link.
can. We can BS it.
And they can call BS on us.
There are actual spells.
They have
called-
done it in
called
every.
Circle of Truth.
You can certainly attempt that approach.
I mean, in they have no evidence that the beast actually did this. They don't, right?
Well, they technically have witnesses.
The witnesses are blind. The one guy's
No.
blind.
Well, yes, but he's still a viable witness. He wasn't blind when he saw the beast
How do we know?
because he says,
Saw. Said he saw.
yeah.
And then he turned blind.
Well, no, the fire. He was injured on the fire, and that's how he got blinded. After he was injured in the fire caused by the beast who burned down the sanctuary.
He saw the beast actually murder someone.
No, he saw the beast burn the sanctuary down, and the fire killed everybody.
He saw the beast actually light the
He
fire.
saw the shape.
He saw the beast walking through the burning building,
Right.
and everybody died except for himself. He got blinded by the fire.
He was trying to save them.
Okay. But keep in mind, you're in a town that's already hostile to the beast,
Right.
and there's not necessarily a presumption of innocent until proven guilty. It's
Right. That's what I'm kind of.
the town is much more guilty until proven innocent, especially when it comes to the beast, because it has terrorized the land for the last 50 years, and no end of people have disappeared or died to its claws over the years.
Last 50.
Supposedly.
This factory probably didn't even exist for 50 years.
We know that.
Open the door.
Well,
We
let's
gotta
see.
pick the lock.
Is there any activity on the other side?
You
He said
start
he didn't hear.
on the door leading into this tunnel. There
Oh.
wasn't any. So you guys pause for a moment or two to listen at the door again, or are you going to just start picking the lock, or both? Okay.
I'm
Okay.
gonna start picking the lock.
You start picking while you listen at the door.
Ooh, an 11.
11. Okay. Nope. Seems safe.
Oh,
Break another lock pick.
I did.
Okay.
Well,
So
now
you-
it's just like regular.
Now it's a regular lock pick.
They're not too
Yeah, no. Not supposed to bend them quite that far.
Oh, gosh. How many ones can I roll?
Wow.
Don't ask.
No.
No more.
Okay. Try again.
That would be.
One.
No, that would be a 26.
26. Okay. So over the course of the next minute or so, you manage to eventually pick the lock. Did you want to listen at the door as well?
Yeah,
All
What-
clear.
I.
It's all clear.
It's all clear.
Oh, I got a 23 for
23. Okay. So yeah, it seems quiet on the other side. The only thing of note is you smell mildew and mold just in the air with no obvious source for it. Okay. After another minute or so, you pick the lock. You guys want to do?
Actually, it was
Okay.
actually unlocked and he just locked it.
You open the door. Inside is a large room filled with water up to the side, up to basically the floor level of where the door is. The water is dark and murky with bits of things floating in it. And after a
Bodies?
moment, yeah, it looks like bodies floating in the water.
So we have a real issue with this, right?
We're trying to do
Yeah,
though.
that's.
There
Yes.
are
We're not.
We're
It's
not
an
trying
issue,
to prosecute him. We're
Yes.
trying to.
We're trying to get the bees.
There are dozens of cadavers floating in the water.
After.
Bodies.
Okay.
The air is still and quiet. Just the sound of the water and the smell of the mildew and so forth in the area.
Does it sound like running water?
No.
Big stars.
Hey, Doge, it's water.
Yeah.
They have snacks in it.
Got bones.
Nothing else other than a large room of water.
With bodies in it.
I mean, for the sense of scale, that's the full room. Filled with water and dozens of bodies.
I'm guessing it's not.
Correct.
Are those bodies all intact?
No. Most of them are mostly intact, but some of them are missing arms, legs. All of them look like they've either suffered. They've all suffered major wounds. Some of them, at a distance, you can tell are post-mortem. Some of them are before they died.
Close that back up.
Can we go upstairs?
Should you lock it? Should you lock it?
Running out of
Okay.
How long do we have left? Like a minute?
Got a few seconds.
Okay. I guess.
Super small.
I guess we'll go through the secret door.
Okay, you guys get back to here, and effectively at that point your invisibility is faded. You start to realize you can see your hands again. Where would you guys like to go? Okay, so you're going to head towards the factory?
Not invisibility.
Sure.
Could, or we can go to a tunnel to the sewers to get out of the
Yeah,
town
that
to
was
meet
the
the Carrion Crown.
plan.
Then you're
we
not
didn't
there.
find what we need.
Correct.
We found a
But
lot of bad stuff.
we found that stuff.
Yeah, but it's circumstantial.
But the whole thing is
We can get that.
we can
whole
just get
trial
easily
sidetracked.
caught and then kill a lot of people accidentally or hurt a lot of people. Bad guys have later.
We could find stuff.
Yeah.
I'll do whatever, but we're gonna end up fighting if we go in there, and we might end up fighting.
I don't know.
down
Do you
there.
have better spell of invisibility?
Level 2.
Used them all to get you guys in this far.
Maybe we're lucky the wand happens to be a globe of invisibility.
The globe?
Why don't you take
Let's see what I
the,
have as far as.
why don't you send the owl? See if the send the owl ahead of you.
Because it's a glowing magical owl. Not very subtle.
Well, they don't know what it is.
Take
They don't
10
know what it
minutes
is.
on the wand. Well, it's active. Like the actual sewer tunnel is active. No active way. But we saw
So-
active trails that are recent.
It's also night, you know. I'm not saying you have to, but if you really want it.
I say we just go down through the sewer tunnel.
Well, that's the same direction. I'm saying.
Well, yes, but whether or not we take 10 minutes
10
in
minutes.
the middle to figure out what the wand does.
Yeah, we can figure out.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want to go stealth then.
Okay, so you guys are going to head down the sewer tunnel?
Sounds like a plan. I think I should go ahead.
Okay.
That way, see in the dark, so you guys don't have vision, right?
Right. So you're going to turn off the lantern? Is the plan?
No, I'm gonna have them have the lantern on for themselves, but I'm gonna shout out.
Go ahead of them. Okay. You go some distance ahead of them.
Right,
Okay.
kind of out of the frame of their light, so that
Okay. So you head off down the tunnel while the other two of you stay in that side room in front of the gate, I guess. Doge, you head off and disappear out into the darkness and the gloom. You see him sort of fade away. Maybe 100 feet or so down the tunnel. It comes to a iron grate in the ground. The tunnel itself comes to an end otherwise. The iron grate looks like a sewer grate type thing that would normally be built into the thing to allow drainage and that sort of stuff. But this one, it shows obvious signs that it has been removed and replaced numerous times, and could easily be moved out of the way with some strength. Down below, you can hear running water, and you can definitely smell sewer. Looks like this drops down into the sewer system itself.
Everything that
There's nothing of note
So
here.
literally, the track marks are leading to this.
The cart looks like it leads to here. The only other thing of note is right above the grate. Looks like they've built on a pulley system just to lift or lower heavy items through the grate.
They obviously have lifted.
The grate, it looks like you could probably move on your own. The pulley system would be for larger items or heavier items to be lifted up and down out of the sewer.
Which clearly, what I was trying.
Yes, obviously, yes. There's
Okay,
lots of
and
scrapes
that's
on the
only way
side.
we can go, right? There's nothing past.
Yeah.
They're following me.
Okay. So they catch up a short time later. You guys want to do? Okay. You guys drop into the sewer. It smells. You're easily knee deep in muck of some unknown quantity. You hold the lantern up over the water, and other than the glistening sludge that's coming through the sewers, you're in a tunnel. Goes both ways. Currently, from your current location, goes north and south.
Any signs of where the people, like tracks or whatever don't have trippers?
Survival check.
Ooh. That's a 2.
Nope.
I got a natural.
Okay.
That's good.
You see some indications, not necessarily tracks, but there's some scrapes on the wall heading to the south, where larger items have rubbed up against it and pushed the muck and mildew and things like that off of the sewer side. The sewer is maybe 5 feet, 6 feet wide as far as the tube, and you guys are walking through 3 feet worth of sewage, basically. That's flowing slowly to the south. Okay. You guys head down the tunnel, and maybe 15 minutes or so later, you emerge on the riverbank where the sewer drains out into the main river. And you finally get a bit of fresh air from the sewer stench, but are otherwise a good maybe half mile or so away from where the chemical factory is.
We need to post out.
Well, how it was like very recent, like the footprints and stuff like that.
You didn't see any footprints.
Okay.
You didn't see anything.
Yes,
Doge reported that there were recent tracks in the room.
Okay.
Okay, to the point that some of the mud tracked out from the sewer was still semi-damp. So at least somebody had been in there probably within the last couple of hours that evening earlier. Once you're in the sewer, there's no sign of anything other than some general marks on the wall, but they're older ones. It's more a matter of, in the past, they have disturbed the muck on the wall rather than actually having it in tracks, because again, you're walking through sludge.
What do you guys want to do?
It is by this point about 12:30.
It's definitely past 10 minutes. You guys
Correct.
are.
That we know of.
You said we're about a half a mile away.
Yep.
We're close. One of us want to go get the crew to this way so we can kind of monitor this area for it.
Well, it all depends whether or not we're going back in.
We want to go back. Hey, we know how to get in now.
Yes.
So we can actually get everybody in, bolster our numbers, and go in there and just wreck house.
We do this.
You could.
You doing this Rambo style? We're just gonna I mean, like Grandpa when he goes to the air base just with an M60, just
That's right.
cause a
I
huge
thought you guys
ruckus.
had our back. What's up?
Now's your opportunity to go inside and murder him. Yes. You have found the way.
That's big news, though. We can always go through this. We can remember this area.
Sure.
All you have to do is break a couple locks.
Overall thing is whether or not we have enough.
You got information.
Yes, but whether or not it
Nothing
pertains to
was
the
going
case.
to
pertinent
prove the innocence of these.
I think the guy created it.
I think you're right.
Maybe
Where's your evidence?
100%.
Your
I don't
evidence
have
is-
to.
evidence? Maybe we're looking in the wrong place.
Do they not know that he creates these creatures? That's evidence. I mean, he's creating creatures. We
Just
know
like
that.
them.
Creating golems isn't the problem, though.
He can create them.
Creating
all he
golems
wants.
is
Making
common.
them
Other
murderous
people
is
can
a
make golems.
different
It's just like
story.
making a robot. It's not like only
And-
one person can
Yeah,
make a
and
robot.
anybody with a recipe can make a golem, and golems themselves in the setting are not inherently evil. They're simply a robot.
We don't know what
labor
the beast
force.
is. The beast could be a golem, right?
You are almost positive he's a golem.
Right. So, isn't there something about rubbing off the password on a golem that creates it so that the character's no? Is that just? I'm just making stuff up.
Sounds like something from Shuni lore, but
No, I'm being sincere. Like mud golems.
I'm a golem from a different game.
Mud golems, you can wipe off whatever the.
okay,
Right?
okay.
Am I not? Maybe,
I think
trying to get what
that's
you're trying to
different
explain.
Dungeons and Dragons.
No, any player knowledge that you have along those lines may or may not be true. I won't confirm or deny it, but yes, Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons in general are obviously based on common mythology, etc. So that's not an implausible possibility.
the beast has to have a mark.
Mark of the Beast.
Possibly. It depends on the golem.
So let's go get them.
Mating charm.
And
The question is, you were talking about stealthing it. Whether or not we were going to stealth them, because obviously we can't bring the whole group in stealth them because then we're just going to be on.
right.
So the question is, why would we get the group if we would just go back and stealth anyway
So that the
at
group
this point?
knows what we're doing.
I have an idea for a distract.
I would prefer
Well, I'm not
knowing
there,
that,
so-
hey, in
Yeah.
this time frame, I'm gonna be here, and if I'm not here, then we have the
I'm
group
also
to
tempted to
No.
use a bunch of my money to
come after
try
us.
to look.
Well, do you have the most stealthy?
I think we're
That's
all
valid.
stealthy.
Okay.
Little-
I can't send my bird.
I didn't think he could. I don't think he could tell him, like, go to the city and get help
And he can't talk to you. You would just see
He's
him.
got touch telepathy. He can touch it
with her. Yeah.
Well, get like parchment, note, tie it to
That's
the
right.
foot.
Make it a messenger
You,
pigeon.
you could do that, yes. That would be valid.
But
But I
still,
can't
it's
read,
way too
so.
far.
It is too far.
So do you guys want to go back in? Do you want to go back to the group? Do you want to go somewhere else?
It's only a half mile. We can go to the group
Sure.
quickly. One
No,
person,
no, no.
I can go walk.
There's a monk right up
Just full sprint down the streets.
At midnight.
You want to let the group know what's going on?
Are you sure? Yeah. We could at least.
Okay.
we
What's
could at
going
least-
on, then go back in.
So the two of you are going to stay here and watch the entrance, as I understand, and you're going to run over to where the group is to fill them in.
Yes.
Okay. So 30 minutes or so after they went in, you hear some running approaching you guys on the street. Before you see him, you smell Doge.
Wet dog.
Wet sewer dog comes running up. He is encrusted in sewer muck. Pretty much head to toe, given that he was wading in it and so forth.
Really, I need you guys to pet me behind my ear.
Yeah, he comes running up, and I assume fills you in.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Does that thing that dogs do when they're soaked and just shakes
Yeah, he
everywhere?
comes running up,
sprays water.
stops, shakes, and then
Bad stuff in
okay.
there. We can see.
We can smell.
So, what do you guys want to do?
I'm letting you guys know because we want to go back in. To go back.
You're in town. You're gonna go back to your inn though and get some sleep for the night. Okay.
What's your guys' stealth?
I'm pretty stuck.
Not stealthy at all, but
Well, we can have if the people. I mean, we got our entrance now, so maybe we should have everybody come over with follow me, and I can show them where the entrance.
Well, you lost
Stay
one
down.
who just went to town to sleep.
Well, he's gonna be prepared for the trial tomorrow.
Yeah, it's probably good that we have at least one person
Hey,
prepared.
So, so you guys are going to either stay there at the exit of the sewer system until, let's say, maybe a boat arrives to pick up goods, like chemical plant,
Well, we could set up
Or-
to watch that.
or
Can I
you
try
go
to
in
identify the
and
box
it's,
monkeys?
Sure. Yeah.
What's your
or
stealth?
you guys are going to be going into the
Gonna need an occult roll.
back into the chemical
Well,
plant.
we're all
Okay.
me.
Fine.
No, I didn't get, we didn't go.
He stayed at the end.
Well, out of character.
Out of character now.
Yeah.
You want me to, help
No,
with the
no, I
roll?
was just talking about out of
Huh?
character.
You
I was
want
talking
me
about
to- want
out
me
of
to help
character.
with the, identifying the
Yeah.
one.
I meant out of character.
Do you have a
but
call now?
you want to do that.
I think so, yeah.
The wand is a wand of gentle repose, which preserves a body at the state that it died.
Basically, forget the embalming process. And
Right. The targeted corpse does not decay and cannot be transformed into undead.
Okay, well then that's probably how
It's typically you would use it like if your character gets killed in the middle of the wilderness. You do that so that they can be easier. It's easier to raise them, get them back to town, because the more the body degrades, the worse, the more expensive it gets.
So, he's a,
It will.
Are you guys
You
going
cast it
back
on a
into
single
the
body
chemical
till it
plant
lasts
through the
until the next
sewer system?
sunrise.
Oh, yeah, that's our end. It's the easiest way to get it.
if you need to, I can probably make a distraction out here and get the
Well, what I'm thinking
Inside
is
Nobody
house.
out.
We
Right.
don't need a distraction
No,
if
like,
we go in the
people
stinky way.
inside might find you.
we might find.
Yeah, like they might just.
But then that would alert other people, like the town guard.
Okay, true.
All right, so I kind of recommended the group that go to this entrance sewer system. Who's with me? Who's not with me?
I'll go back with you.
yeah, I'll go.
Okay, so who is staying here outside the main entrance?
Which
If
are
anybody?
stealth.
I would.
Don't really need to be stealth to get to the main entrance. Sewer.
I'm just saying, that's
You don't.
going back in.
I'll have to go back.
I would. Well,
Right. I know you went back to the tower. The rest of you, is anybody staying outside the main entrance, or is everybody
my stealth
heading
is
to the
plus
river?
8.
I'm going.
Gathering, everybody's heading to the river. Okay. Now, of those that are going to the river, don't know why that's doing that, but that's fine. Okay, so those of you who go, everybody else goes to the river other than the druid. Once you guys get to the river, you find the bard and the witch. No activity at the entrance of the sewer at all. There is the occasional late night fisherman type boat that goes through the lake, but nobody seems to care about this. You do see off in the distance a couple of rowboats heading towards that big boat that was in the middle of the lake.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
But other than that, nothing else much going on.
Oh no, that's where the
Okay.
beast is. That we
Right.
said the beast was. Oh no.
The rest of the group shows up. They presumably inform you they have a new wand. Who wants to do something in the tunnel or otherwise?
No, I'm just gonna keep watch outside.
I think that we should probably set up stealthily along the situation.
Okay.
And some of us need to go back in.
While you guys are doing your healthy stuff, instead of being all the way here, being all the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sneaky, but I can. There, that door is just partly ajar.
Oh yeah.
I can still hear if something's happening.
Yeah. No,
And if you
I'm
guys
just
get
saying
in trouble,
we probably shouldn't be just like hanging around.
Okay. So your plan is to take everybody into that secret chamber?
now, me, I myself, I don't know.
That there may be like, is there a specific aspect like surrounding area around the right?
The area around the sewer grate?
Yeah, where it exits.
You're talking about at the lake.
Oh, at the
Yeah.
lake?
Just so,
Yeah.
like those of us that decide to wander around the right.
Okay. So this is the city. Work, Stag, and Grind is down here in the southeast. Here.
Yeah.
The sewer grate opens into the river, right? Actually, right about here. Behind this little cove, there's a little like an outcropping or whatever.
Yeah.
It's hidden there. The river itself is heading south from here, taking the sewage and so forth out away from the city. Okay.
Are there any like? I'm assuming there's trees and bushes and natural stuff around.
There are
right?
some trees here, yes. You don't have, I mean, unless you are right there on the edge by the sewer grate, you honestly don't have a very good view of it. It's fairly well hidden. So, okay. So who is staying outside and who is going to go in? Just in general in. We'll figure out where you guys are going to stay beyond that.
Maybe while they're sneaking around, if some of us we could look at the necklace stuff in the room. We could also leave people right here while you guys are doing your. Yeah.
There.
That goes into the complex. Out.
Okay, so I have Thorin,
So you're
Arius,
just gonna hang out in the water.
Dahlia, Volbid, and Doge.
Good luck.
Anybody else going inside? You are? Tespa?
I'll go in.
I'll go in. I'll just stay in.
I think basically everybody but me.
Well, the whole thing that we want to have as much less people as possible, so we don't
Oh,
make
yeah.
as many rolls.
Right.
Okay, so we got
But if someone needs,
9 people. Seems high.
That's 9. We get 8 inside.
I have to do somebody, I guess.
your druid.
No, I got 8. Carter's out. Carter goes back to the tavern, and the ranger, you're staying outside. Okay, so you're just going to observe it. You find a spot where you can get a sense of people going in there. You think anybody going in or out of the tunnel you'll be able to see, but you're pretty certain you're hidden.
Yeah, I'll basically just count my money and keep an eye on the
You sit there counting your money?
Basically.
Okay.
Like just doing my.
Okay. Counting your money technically would be counterproductive to keeping watch on the gate, but you keep yourself
Yeah, like
occupied.
just keeping myself occupied
Okay.
and glancing over.
Now, the fact that the sewer grate is hidden seems less of a stealthy sort of thing. It's not like they're trying to be secret. It's just that it's a sewer grate, so they're trying to keep it mostly out of the public view because it's not very attractive. And it so happens that it's also coincidental if you're doing something concerning at night, illegal, that sort of thing. So the rest of you follow the group in. All of you stink at this point. With some effort, you manage to help each other and/or climb up through the grate. And then like it's a good 7 or 8 feet up, so it's a bit of a climb to get up there. Once you're in the tunnel, the gate in the room is pretty much exactly where you are, or how it was when you guys left.
When you said they came out of the grate, there was 2 directions they could go, and only one direction.
Correct. The sewer continues north into the city.
But this tunnel, well,
This tunnel ends at the grate. So
you go straight from that chained door to the grate. There's no
correct.
offshoots.
Yeah, no other offshoots.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking earlier. I was like, is there something beyond or?
No, yeah, it looks like this, basically this tunnel leads to the sewer where there's a grate on it, drops down into the sewer system itself, and then the sewer system goes north and south. South to the river, there's no other branches or anything. To the north, it goes, and I mean, even a short distance down, you can see it start to branch and go off into the city.
He said that this area looked like it's been done over and over and over again. So throughout time, so they've obviously created this specifically.
Yeah, yeah. Now, the pulley system doesn't have a rope, but it looks new or at least well maintained. Okay. In the distance, you can hear some sewer crocodiles growling. They're eating some of the rats and goblins. Anyways, you find yourself in the room with the coffin and body. Everything looks as it was before. You have tracked quite a bit more mud and muck into the room at this point, but other than that, it is what it is. So, what do you guys wish to do from this point? Who is going to go on, and who is going to stay here? Okay. And my understanding, I think from what I heard, is you're going to keep the secret door slightly open, and in order to try to listen and hear if anything's coming. Okay.
Were the original chemicals fragrant? Like I'm talking about smelling, not like smelling good, just smelly in general.
The chemicals in the factory are
Yes.
very harsh. Yes, very strong smelling. It certainly is going to change the quality and type of smell, but yeah, it would be heavily concealed because of the harshness, and the workers in there are wearing masks for fumes anyways. So
You just still feel the mask.
So who is going to go further into the place?
Me.
The 3 of you still?
Yes.
I can.
With
You
that.
guys want another?
The less we have to roll for stealth, the
yes.
better.
The less the better.
Right? He says he wants to go with you. You guys willing to take him, or
Do you have invisibility?
All right.
Yeah, I don't think so. Fortune right.
Yeah, I think if you have plus 10 itself.
Well, it's an extra roll. That's the thing. Like it's an extra chance that we get
Right.
spotted.
well, yes. If you guys have to do the roll, yes. If it's their perception trying to detect you, it's the same difficulty. Because it's the target that's making the perception roll to discover you guys.
Good to me.
So okay, so the 4 of you are going to go. Those that stay, you don't have any light.
Who is it?
We have Tespa, Thorin, Francisco, or your new character's name.
Would you want to
And
It
Arian.
goes to Francisco still here.
To read the ledger, could he cast light and then us kind of like huddle around so that the light doesn't like spill out into the room a lot?
Sure. The door is basically closed.
Well,
Yeah.
you're off
corridor.
What would the point of light be then?
so that you can read the ledger.
They want to study the ledger while they're waiting.
Yeah, like study the bodies and the room and the objects in the ledger.
Take your time really studying it.
Yeah.
Who do you want to cast light on then?
Yeah, Carter.
Yeah, I am.
I have dark.
You can
You could cast on
I
yourself,
do.
cast on your sword or something.
You have dark vision. Thorin has dark vision. Arius and your new character. I can't ever remember the name.
Aerothaf.
Aerothaf do not.
Yeah, I have low light as well.
Maybe in your year.
Okay. Cast light on yourself. I'm giving you guys a fair bit of light in the room. And then the three of you gather up while Arius keeps guard on the door, keeping it open just a crack. Now that does let some light through.
That's why I was thinking we could try to move around and block it. Like she could also cast on like a rock or something.
Yeah, I mean you can somewhat shelter it. There's still some light
Yeah,
there
still.
versus none in a dark room. Okay, the other four of you step into the room. Now, I guess that brings us back to the original question. How long are the four of you going to stay in this room?
Well, I'm listening.
Barring no other signs.
No other combat, no other signs. I like it more. My thought is like explaining some of the other rooms, and I have this odd. I'm already upset. Bodies were toast. Not a lot of issues with
We found it like that.
the wet room full of just discarded bodies is
Turning to you.
riling me as well. So I'll wait 45 minutes before I
45 minutes.
start wandering anywhere else.
Okay. So
As soon as I see people
it's
wander,
approximately
I wander.
1 a.m. at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys agree to he'll give you 45 minutes to search, unless he fears or sees some other indication of why he might need to interact.
You know.
If anyone else leaves the room, I'm leaving.
Thorin will hold you back for an extra 15
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I can be
Barricade.
Okay.
I'll be up with her. At the door.
Okay. Meanwhile, Azathath and the priest are going to be studying the room and the ledger and the bodies and everything. Is that the intent? Okay. So, four of you step back into the room. Currently unoccupied. Like I said, several crates. At a quick glance, it looks like most of them have been fairly recently opened, but are currently closed somewhat hastily. There's a door to your south and a door into the main factory. What do you guys want to do?
How where's the door to the south? We bet kind of were in fact. Say the door to the south.
We've already explored all that. I went to the flooded room. Bodies.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Well, see, Axe new here. He hasn't seen the bodies yet.
He wants to see the
You
body.
want to see the bodies? There's a good pool in there.
So, approximately how far was the ladder to go up to the manager?
Not really sure. You can't see it right now.
Okay.
I don't know. Can you recall it? Okay. How far do you think it was? You saw the map at the time. You have a general idea of what it was.
Remember that, like,
Or the second one. It came in the northern one. That's this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you guys plan to do?
You're gonna want to do it quickly.
Do you guys have any light?
Well, inside the next room, there's the campfires and stuff like that. There'll be light in there.
You
No.
still have your lamp.
Yeah, I have a lantern.
Oh, let's do it.
Yes.
Okay, you turn off your light. Okay, plunging yourself into darkness. Okay, you open it up. Inside the room is lit, as you said, and you can see a couple of mongrel men in the room at the far side. They look like they're tossing wood and working the fires, keeping them going. There's a strong stench of the chemicals. There is a ladder over here that leads up to the top of the vats, up to those platforms and everything. And then the ladder over here on the south that leads up to both where the ramps are, or the boards on the vats, as well as above that to the upper floor.
That's the one that we gotta go to.
Yeah. Goes to the second floor of the factory.
We could sneak around the vats, wait for this guy to be out of the way.
Probably.
So that's what we
Okay, who's gonna go first?
go first.
Okay. What is your stealth bonus? 10. Okay. Doge moves into the room, stalking silently like a dog around the back of the ring. You get to the ladder and start working you up. What's your stealth bonus? 10. Okay. You quickly scale up the ladder and don't seem to have alerted anybody currently. Now the secondary section there. Let me put some light on this one. And put you here. As you go past the second, I assume you're going to the second floor?
Yep.
Okay. You go there. Those guys seem far too busy stirring the pots and putting the chemicals and everything, and are completely oblivious to you as you crawl past them. Okay. That puts you over here. And you climb up onto the landing above it. And again, I will put.
You want to cross the
Right.
bat?
No, he went straight up the ladder.
Straight up the ladder.
He went up 2 floors worth of the ladder, avoiding both sets of potential people spotting him. Okay, now the ones down below seem semi-observant. I mean, there's only so much activity down there. The ones at the top seem far more focused on not falling off the platforms and keeping the chemicals moving and so forth.
Almost like they're mindless robots.
Give me a fortitude save with the fumes that are in the room. 24. Okay. It does scratch at your throat, but not severely. You get up to the top. You can see you have a narrow catwalk around the way. Makes you nervous, anyways, because it's cats. There are several doors leading into other areas of the upper floor. So, who wanted to go second? You see him scale up the ladder, and all seem safe and quiet by the time you get to the top. Okay. So, same thing. You work your way cautiously around the side. Now, if you guys want to do anything as far as distractions, other abilities, etc., let me know as you get to each stage before I make their perception roll to see if they spot you. Otherwise, give me what's your stealth bonus.
A 10.
10. Good. Same thing. You bypass the first floor or the basement floor without much difficulty, bringing you up to the factory portion. They seem heavily invested in their work and don't seem to pay any attention to you as you go past. Okay. Who wants to go third?
I guess I can.
Okay. And what is your stealth?
11.
11. Ooh, you're slightly better.
Yeah.
Okay. So basement level. Yeah, they're far more occupied in putting wood out there. You just easily bypass them. Sort of giving your bardic rhythm. You know exactly where they're going to be when they need to be. You get up to the second floor. For a moment, one of the guys near the ladder pauses and almost looks at you. And then you realize the goggles that he's wearing and the mask and everything are heavily covered in oil and grease. He doesn't seem like he can see very well anyways, other than the basics of what he's used to doing. He basically just scans right over you and doesn't react or anything else. You manage to crawl past him up to the upper floor as well. Okay. Okay. And that leaves you. You gonna try also?
Sure.
Okay. First level. What's your bonus? 10. 10. Okay. No issues. You get past them. You get up to the mid-level. They continue to be completely oblivious. I think every time you guys have gone past that mid-level, I've rolled a 1. So that ends up with you at the upper floor. We'll put you here. So over the course of a couple of minutes, manage to get yourself onto that platform. Now, while the rest of them are coming up there, like I said, the platform is barely 5 feet. There's no safety rail, nothing like that, like modern OSHA standards would require. There is a door directly to your south. And doors around the corner to the east. Other than the sound of the factory, the vats, the chemicals, things like that, there's no sign of there's no sounds or noises up here.
Which door?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge swings the first door open, steps into the room. You see a large storage room, lots of crates on the right. On the left is a large double door, like a bay door type or a barn door that can slide open, and what looks like a large winch mechanism for lifting heavy crates, barrels, etc., out onto wagons and that sort of stuff. Basically, a loading dock. There are numerous boxes along the eastern side of the room, and some dirty windows looking out into the area. As you guys move in, the rest of you crowd into the room as well. You can slide the door shut because you guys don't want to necessarily have anybody spot you. Okay? It is dark in this room at this point.
I'll direct.
Okay?
Well, yeah, I believe.
Okay?
Right. Gotta find something. You gotta save the beast.
Okay. You guys start working on the crates. Who's opening crates? Who's keeping watch, if anybody? Okay. The other three are going to start opening crates and see what's there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Search around here.
Okay, you're just going to look around the room while they're opening crates? Okay, so the two of you give me a stealth check.
Well, 15.
15? 24 you said? Okay. The crane that's there looks like it's on a gantry, a rail that it can slide out over the courtyard. If it, to be usable, and then once it's loaded up, it can slide back in to move things in. Otherwise, it's fairly mundane, fairly normal. In the boxes, a large number of them are empty, but you find a collection of vials of acid and a chemicals you're not sure exactly what they are, along with some tanglefoot bags and some carefully padded thunderstones. The one you're not familiar with, you'd have to study for 10 minutes if you wanted. Thunderstone is like a big firecracker. You throw it on the ground, it makes a loud crack. It makes thunder. Stone that you smash and it makes a bit loud noise. If you're lucky, it'll stun the person. Sort of like a flashbang is the idea.
Well,
There's 3 of those.
we would be stealing.
Well, I'm talking about out
It'll
of
be good for a
evidence.
distraction if we're team though. We
You're
can throw the
stealing.
Yes, but
I'm not stealing.
like
I'll
It's
leave them as-
confiscation.
We
outside
already
of
broke
the court.
into the place.
Yes.
What does it matter if we
Yes,
steal?
but if we take stuff that isn't
I'm
that
taking them.
isn't pertained from the
There's 3 of them.
court, we could be. It's like, well, why were you just stealing all the stuff that
If
it
we
racks
get
up
out
your
unscathed,
charges?
I will leave them on the porch.
Sounds good.
This is going against
It's
your character.
confiscated items.
Oh no.
Not yet.
Not yet.
He's just concerned about that.
There's a man walking into here. Well, if we kill him, he can't kill him.
We get one of those flashbangs.
No.
Huh?
I
No.
want to take one of the flashbangs.
You can have one.
Yeah.
Sure. There's 3 thunderstones.
I'm saying if we're team, like we can throw one as a distraction to draw the attention.
Sounds
That's
good.
that way.
It'll be left
She's not
there.
gonna steal them from the
It'll be left
factory. They
there
will stay on that
I'm just gonna
premises.
use them in the factory.
A 10-foot bag just
You
makes like
opened a
vines.
coffin
that's
to
not-
a
it's
dead
not a
body.
tank of that.
Yes,
We
as
see
it
it
as
here.
it pertains to
I know, but you're
case.
You left me.
But okay.
I didn't leave you. I was never
Left
with
me.
you.
One abstains, 2 vote against you.
It's called eminent domain.
Possession is 9/10 the law.
It's called eminent domain.
I know I heard that term somewhere, possibly government class eminent domain. I forgot what it means.
What did
though.
you call them again?
Yeah.
So Jason's got
Test.
I got
one,
one.
I got two.
You never know when that's going to come. We might as well just rob the place blind. They're bad people. Let's take all their stuff. We're robbing them.
They
I don't
haven't done
necessarily wanna
anything
do
bad.
that.
They literally just made golems. There's no law saying you can't
See,
make
stealing
golems.
is an addiction.
They've done nothing
You take
bad.
a thunderstone, you're like, you know,
The
what
fact
if
that
we
they
just
have
take
dead
all of
people
our
in
stuff?
There's
there.
100 dead bodies in the water.
Yeah,
There's
that's
something
bad.
wrong.
It's
That's
the
bad.
sewers. People dump bodies in the sewers all the time.
They're just
It's called the
Not
body
legally.
pool. It's called the
not
break
their
room.
fault. They didn't purposely build
Well,
that
maybe
place
you
on
should be
purpose.
defending the beast.
So-
It seems like you got a very good.
I'm not
wait a minute.
supposed to
He
be.
wants to be the opposing side.
He wants to prosecute the beast.
I
It
want
wasn't
the
that way
beast
to
to be
begin with.
burned.
Yeah, he was.
I thought
He
the
was
beast was a natural thing.
composed of natural things.
Which makes
I
it
can't even
natural.
defend it. I'm not even on the thingy. Whatever it is.
You were, you signed up to be on it to begin with.
And then I got off.
I know. So listen. I did. You were
Let's go break
all
some more
for
law.
defending the neighbor to
Yeah.
begin with.
Give me a nature check. Both of you.
I don't have nature.
If you roll a 20,
No, I
No,
don't
it's the opposite.
tasty. 10? Okay, yeah, you can't identify what the other is. Oh,
With the other what is?
the unknown item. There's 12 vials of what looks like pink Himalayan salt. It's not salt, however.
I use sugar ore for it.
No.
George? Keith?
Could I use bardic lore?
No.
No, I can't. We can't
You
recall,
You don't know-
recall
you don't-
stories about
It-
those.
it's an alchemical
20.
device.
Wouldn't it be crafting? Or
Oh, well, it's a natural item. That's why we're using
How about
nature.
medicine?
No.
sure, I'll roll through nature.
Okay.
17.
17? Okay, no.
Okay.
Oh, that's
I have a 0
Don't know
in
what it is.
nature, so.
And what difference is it?
Now, like I said, there's a dozen vials of acid, a dozen vials of this strange substance, 5 tanglefoot bags, and an empty case of thunderstones.
yeah, just
Okay.
stick it in your pocket.
You never know when you
They
need
won't
that.
even miss it.
I mean, it's good on food.
It is good on food. You can use that. Tasty. Okay, so you're gonna take just one of them, or okay, just take one.
Can we
See what it is.
identify what the liquid stuff is, not the salt?
That's what I'm talking about. That's the
Oh.
unknown items. It
Oh.
looks like crystals of something.
Vials of acid.
There are also 12 vials of acid.
It's just acid.
Yeah, just the basic acid. Okay. Okay.
Close the crate.
Okay. Okay. You close up the grates. And what would you like to do? You hear outside somebody yelling something. Sounds like from the floor you guys are on. Yelling instructions to the workers or whatever. Then you hear a door close. It was not your door. And it wasn't you guys yelling.
So we know these doors go to the outside courtyard.
Correct.
By drawing them. So that's our escape route, right? That's what you said.
Like a drop.
It is a drop.
And
10
then
feet
there's a
down
dog.
to the courtyard. And yeah, then there's Golem Dog. That might be.
And there's a gate.
And a gate.
It's unlocked. They lock it. It's closed.
Yeah.
When you guys were there, yes, it was unlocked.
We were there.
Saying somebody.
I'm saying an hour and a half ago, it was unlocked.
Show the locker locked it. He's a serial locker.
Alright,
Let's go to the next door.
yes.
Okay?
Well, there's two of them.
Like
There are two.
like
Which door do
the
you guys wanna go to?
instructions, was it like broken common? Or is
What
like
instructions? No, it was straight plain common.
okay.
No issues.
I didn't know if there was a specific accent.
No. Okay. So you guys head back out into the open area?
Well, no. These
There's a window.
there's on doors.
Correct.
We've got everything in here that we can do.
We haven't explored these ones. That was just the owl flying.
Oh,
That's why it's revealed, just because the owl flew around.
you guys want to go those boxes and stuff over there? As well, we're here. We explored everything in this one.
You have not seen anything. You haven't gone into those rooms. But you know somebody is awake and active
on that floor.
on that floor.
So if it's not this room, it could be this room.
Correct.
I want to put my ears to this one and
Okay?
Yep.
Both ears to that door?
yep.
At the same time.
Bad.
That's interesting.
He headbutts the door.
He might have
Okay.
floppy dog ears.
What's your perception?
7.
Okay. You hear somebody moving around in that room.
This one here.
Yes. He appears to be talking with somebody. And you hear what sounds like clanking. Very, very high pitched clanking. And a voice that repeats every time he asks it a question or talks to her. It says, "Yes, master. Yes, master. Yes, master."
I want to also listen to the other one.
Okay. That other door, you did not hear anything.
The door. You want to listen to it?
Did you roll too low? Is that why you didn't hear?
We didn't.
He can't tell whether he heard anything or not, whether there's anything in there.
I'll listen.
Okay, with the first door or second door?
Second one.
Okay.
I already know somebody's.
What's your bonus?
What?
7?
6.
6? Yeah. You don't hear anything in there either.
All right, let's do this. You guys want to go into this room? I said, I know there's somebody in this room.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So you were opening the door, I assume, Doge?
Yep.
The northern one, correct?
The one where I did not hear.
Correct. Okay, you swing that open. You see and take a step in.
Yep.
You see a bed. Looks like living quarters.
Mm-hmm.
There's a desk on the right, and there is somebody currently asleep in the bed.
Tell him in his sleep.
Okay, so he's currently sleeping. Is the human that's sleeping?
Human size, yeah. What's your stealth bonus? What's your stealth bonus?
Why don't you just go? You got dark vision.
Okay.
Since you want to go in and look around first. No, you saw all this going in.
Okay, so you close the door quietly behind you?
Quietly behind me.
Okay.
And I'll scout.
Okay, just look around the room carefully. Okay.
Obviously, I know he's there, so.
Yep. Yeah, you try to be quiet. Like I said, it looks like a human laying on the bed, fast asleep. He stirs a little bit as you close the door. The smell of the sewer sort of permeates the room. The room appears, it has the decorations and to be a study of a scholar. Okay, there's a roll-top desk with a leather chair on one side that is covered with alchemical equipment and dozens of books piled on every available surface. There's a cot on the corner, on the side where he's laying, and then a door on the north wall that leads into a back room. There is, on the desk, the room appears to be a combination alchemy lab, library, and sleeping quarter. And looks, the chemicals and the lab equipment looks very new, very clean, very organized. But the books piled on every available surface gives the whole room a fairly disorganized sense. Okay. And when I say books piled up on every available surface, they're piled 10, 15, 20 books tall, very precariously balanced in different areas and so forth. Basically, he's packed in as many as he possibly can. There is a large bell jar on top of the desk. Contains something. Looks like a head of some sort. And then the door beyond that looks like it has a fairly high quality lock on it.
The door.
Correct. On the head of the bed, there's like a jacket, and on the side of it is attached a ring of keys.
Are you the only one that's in the bed?
No, he's inside.
He steps into the room, sees the sleeping guy, and says, "Shh," closes the door.
Is there any other way to get to that?
He's right there.
Another door. You could take the keys.
What'd you like to do?
I'd like to number one grab.
Okay, you're gonna try to steal the keys? Okay. You pull them, they rattle slightly. There are multiple keys. He stirs a bit and rolls over towards you. Gives you this sort of this blank stare. Still asleep. Doesn't seem to wake up. You get the keys out. Has 3 or 4 different keys on it.
I discreetly That door right there, discreetly open it?
The door right next to his head? Sure.
That's the one with the lock, right?
You can attempt to open the door.
He's right there.
He's sleeping right next to you, yes.
I'm actually gonna backtrack.
Okay.
Slowly open
Go back out to the group.
it.
Okay. Go back out to the group, closing the door quietly behind you.
Please.
Okay. You close the door. What are you guys gonna do?
On there.
The dude's sleeping, we got a door that's locked. That key. Besides that.
So I have one. Paralyzed. I can't get out of there.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Hey, wand of paralysis.
Yes.
This might be legal.
Hey, it's a good sleep.
So if he's alright, let's just assume that he's still sleeping. He's
Now-
still sleeping and she puts the wand of paralysis on it. You wouldn't know anything.
If you cast paralysis on it, he still gets a fundamental saving throw. You can, I mean, if it's a reflex save, he's going to fail. If it's a willpower save or a fortitude save, he would still get that save. Regardless, that's going to be like a strong nudge on him. So he'll probably wake up. And now if he's paralyzed, he's paralyzed.
He's facing the wall.
Can't do much. Subject to paralysis.
You can always do that if like just be on the ready. Does work.
He might be able to.
He could be.
Shut the door. Let's go. Let's do it. See what
Okay.
happens.
So,
Yeah.
It's still safe.
okay, so you and Dahlia are going to go in?
Yeah.
What about the rest of you?
Let's go into be sneaky. Might as well.
I'm going to sneak outside of the other door and listen to the out.
Let's see if there's any activity.
Yes.
What about you, Ak?
I'll stay with him.
Okay, so you two are going to stand watch outside. Yeah, where you guys are up on the ledge, on the balcony and everything, that you guys have plenty of concealment, so to say, from the factory down below. They don't seem to be paying attention to you. And as you guys spotted before, their goggles are so muddy and messy anyways. You don't think they could see more than 10 or 15 feet. Okay, so the two of you step in. Dahlia, you do not have light.
Can
You can. Well, yes, but is it a verbal spell?
How should I go and spit?
Verbal and symmetric.
What spell list does? What type of spell is
Spell.
paralysis? Is it occult, arcane?
It's a wand.
It's arcane and
It's
a
a
cost.
wand.
So he could
You
take
can
it.
He
use-
could
you can
do
use the
arcane.
wand.
He could do it as well.
Okay.
And the only thing I'm getting to is if you're casting a spell that has a verbal component, it requires a strong voice, which would not
Well,
be
I don't
stealthy.
want to do that.
Right.
So paralysis doesn't mean he can't speak though.
It does.
You can only think.
He can think and he can breathe.
If he has telepathy, then we have an issue.
Yeah.
I don't have any other ones
Okay.
except this one.
So
We'll
act.
give the wand to
He's
Pat.
literally
Okay.
asleep. Just slit his neck.
Murder.
Okay. You're already stealing and
But
breaking
murder
and
is
entering.
worse than that.
There is a subtle difference between murder and theft.
Only
You
a
don't even know who
slight.
this guy
It's
is.
the difference between a misdemeanor and a felony.
And as I understand it, the witch is planning to give it all back.
I am. Absolutely.
You can't do that with
Across
murder.
the property line, it's not stealing.
Another
Right.
thing, if he is paralyzed, well, how long does the paralysis last?
So if it's a success, they succeed on their roll. 4 rounds.
So it's not really that long.
Oh yes, but it
Might as well.
allows you to react to the fact that he's waking up and deal
You
with
can
it
tie him
bad.
up.
Put a bag
Yeah,
over his
I know.
head.
You could also try to
You got options then.
Okay, then you have options instead of
Yeah.
immediately. Instead
You
of
do
yeah.
long rounds. You
You can also try to knock him out because you don't have penalty for doing.
Non-lethal.
Your fist can do lethal or non-lethal without penalty. So you could always paralyze them. And
I don't know. Just don't wake him up.
Yeah, just don't wake him up.
Yeah, just don't wake. That's the safest plan.
Yes.
Okay. So Doge and Ack cautiously move into the room with their +10 stealth for both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you move over to the door. Open it.
Yeah.
And Ack, where are you going to be standing?
Probably so I can see him.
Okay. So like right in the middle of the room next to him.
I would stay.
Against the wall.
By the door. Okay. What's your nature skills?
Can we do something else?
No. What's your nature skill?
Can I love them in nature?
No.
I only got a +1.
1.
Man, he better nature skills than
You got any nature skill?
I know, you're big.
Yours is the one.
A 1? Okay. 0.
No, it's a 1 because you
Medicine.
still wisdom.
I do.
You just didn't mark it.
Okay. So both of you have no nature skill, which is fine. Okay. So you sneak up
I
cautiously.
wouldn't think I would need nature skill as the dude sleeping.
Don't disagree. Okay.
Survival of the fittest.
You go up to the lock and you start jiggling with the things. There's 4 keys. Give me a D4. I'm going to roll which key it is. You can either pick or roll a D4. Okay. I know what key it is. You got 4 of them. Each time is going to be a stealth check to see if you wake them up. Okay. Jiggle the keys. Door unlocks.
Oh, you know.
Very lucky dog. Okay. He unlocks it. His butt wiggles.
Tail has no stealth.
Smack the guy that's
It's like, or does it just knock stuff down?
Okay.
He knocks the guy out.
Beyond, you see a small room. Looks like a closet. On the left-hand side is an ornate wardrobe. Okay, very large, good, 3-4 feet deep. Very high end. That's the only thing in the room.
There's nothing else? Can I search around a little bit? Or?
There's literally nothing else in the room. Just the wardrobe.
Open it.
Wow.
Okay. You swing it open with a little bit of a creak. The guy continues to sleep soundly. Obviously, I need some more dice. There's some new dice. You open it up. The front of it is mirrored. Okay. So you see your reflection, a dirty sewage-covered dog. You open it up, and it has a coat rack on it, dangling from which are what looks like a collection of dirty shirts. And then you realize they're not made of cloth.
Oh, no.
They appear to be skins of people dangling from hangers in the wardrobe.
Yeah. We got him. We didn't know he was
anything else
perverted
in there?
before, but now we got him.
That's what he sees. Okay? You're still keeping an eye on the guy. He seems to be sleeping peacefully at this point. What else would you like to do?
I'm grabbing one of the skins.
Okay. The first one you grab looks like a grotesque, deformed skin of, you're going to guess, a mongrel man, but whoever it is was massive. It's a mess of flesh, fur, scales, covered in fungal boils, etc. Looks horrible. There's a handful of other ones. Now, By no means is this a dried and tanned piece of skin. It's still juicy. Okay.
Juicy.
I will say.
And very pliable.
It's 3 feet.
Yeah, is there anything else?
Give me a perception roll. You start poking around, jiggling the hangers and so forth.
So it'd be 18.
18. No, nothing else you find.
That's something. So, this door. There's another door there.
Those are windows.
There was
Not
nothing
used
else
to
in the
it,
room that I noticed.
No. I just want to dig through the papers and the books and things like that on the desk. Okay, you guys gonna leave?
I don't know. He's getting back later.
Keys are in the door right now.
No matter what.
Okay. You gonna lock the door, or are you going to leave it unlocked?
I'm gonna lock the door.
Okay. You lock the door. Are here. His snoring stops for a moment. He stares at you with, like I said, his blank sleeping stare or whatever. And then a second eyelid flips open on his eyes, and he reacts to you. I'm assuming you're going to do your spell. Okay.
It's a will.
Oh, it's a will save? Okay. So you quickly flip the wand at him, and he makes a will save. What is your target DC? Okay. Okay.
That's the way to do.
I know. I want to lock it at this point. It doesn't matter, I guess.
20. Okay, and a success. He is paralyzed, but only for 1 round. So, with that, we go to you guys are conveniently at the bottom. Jason, you're first.
I'm gonna go ahead and paralyze.
He is paralyzed, yes, currently.
So I want to.
Okay, so you punch him with an attempt to subdue. So I mean, you're a monk, so your attacks are automatically that way anyways. He is automatically flat-footed, which gives you +2,
Okay.
and you make the regular attacks. Whatever damage you do is non-lethal as a monk, but you have to actually do enough damage to knock him out. There is no automatic subdual type thing unless you have some special abilities.
So I'm gonna go ahead and do flurry then.
Okay.
Sure.
Yep. Stunning fist would be helpful.
Well,
How dare you wake up? Punch him like 7 times in the
He
face.
does get stunned after every single one.
If he fails his fortitude save, yes.
Right.
He does have some.
Yeah, I get it.
That would be a 19.
Okay, you punch him.
Well, it's like right
knows?
next to them.
Oh,
You hit him.
+2 you said?
Yeah.
So 21.
Okay, you hit him.
Okay.
That's your first punch.
And should I just go ahead and do my second punch
Sure.
now, just to make sure?
Sure.
He definitely knows it's something.
For the split
21.
second that he felt the pain.
So you give him a quick 1-2 punch
Mhm.
right in the face, trying to knock him out. We'll go ahead and roll your damage. Because he has just woken up, I'll even give you the benefit of double damage.
It's like 1,000 hit points.
I'll give you the benefit of it since he just woke up. Not a critical as far as a card, but at least the extra damage.
Do I do everything with the damage?
Whatever, yeah.
Roll 2.
7.
really just
What's your
waiting
so
until they
that'll be
come
10.
back.
Okay.
Times it by 2,
Okay.
so 20.
20 points.
20 points total.
Well, that was the first.
That was your flurry.
That was the first hit. Wasn't the flip.
Okay, give me your total. Give me the second one then.
5,
You need something to
8,
bail you
so
out.
16.
16.
15 more. Okay, 36. Okay, second action.
You knocked out.
Yeah. And what's your fortitude save bonus? Or target number?
And 42 is
He is not dazed by either strike. He does not appear to be knocked out as of yet.
okay. We'll go ahead and hit him one more time.
Okay. Now the way lethal versus non-lethal matters,
Mhm.
the last strike that knocks him to 0
Mhm.
is the only one that matters. Okay, so say you punch him all day long and he still has 1 hit point, and then the bard stabs him with his knife, he dies.
Okay.
If he stabs him with his knife all day long and he has 1 hit point and you come up and karate chop him, he's unconscious. But you have to get him to 0 to actually knock him out.
It's specifically for you. There's no drawback either way.
Right.
Then,
How high?
well, it's +2 because he's still in the daze, right? And cut that in half.
Well, no, it would be minus 4.
That's it.
+8. Okay.
+2. Yeah. Plus. Hold on a sec.
I don't know. I don't. So you have an 11 to attack.
Right. And you said -4, so that's -7. So that's
7.
+7.
Plus 2 because it's flat footed. So it would be 9.
Right.
Plus 9. So it would be, 28.
28.
This is bludgeoning. You auto stun him 1 and still do double damage.
Okay, so that is 10 points.
Okay.
Double. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see rolled the damage.
And I believe you still have 1 action left.
I love dabbing
So he's not. Yeah.
You can stop slapping him
I
and
guess I'll
actually
try to
punch
hit
I
him.
him.
mean, he's not moving, but not because he's asleep.
This time, yeah. No.
No, you would have the +1 because you have an 11 skill. Well, it would be a +5 in total because
+2 for him not moving.
yes, and then +3 because it's -4 for each.
-8.
Yes. Yes.
16. That is missed. Okay.
So. I want him.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, you're not here right now.
No,
The door's
I'm just
closed.
saying that's
He's trying to not kill him either.
Okay,
He's
so
trying to knock
he
him
wakes
out.
up.
right.
You quickly do a couple of quick strikes and then roundhouse kick him with your leg, and you try to do a second one, but you miss him. The disturbing part is where you hit him, his skin gives way, but seems to shift on his face some. Okay.
Skip
Keith, what would you like to do?
Fireball.
Run like.
It either works or it disintegrates.
Let's make sure I wasn't.
50-50.
But either way, the effect still goes down.
Nope.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. It either works or it's destroyed. Third time, it automatically is destroyed.
He's already under the effects of it when it's stabbed.
It would add duration, yes.
And run.
Well, I think we need to stun him and paralyze him, or else we're going to be
Well, he's already paralyzed.
right.
He's not going to be paralyzed for long.
Right.
How long?
It's one
That's what I'm
round.
saying.
A minute
I
at the
know.
most.
At the yeah, minute at the most, and you know he was resistant to your magic. So you know it's only one round. And effectively, that round has already passed because he has a higher initiative than both of you. So he's already moving, subject to the fact that he dazed him a bit.
I've got something called animated assault, temporary animated small option.
That's basically a tornado. Telekinetic tornado.
Do the wand again.
Okay. Cast your wand. Give me a straight d20. 11 or better, the spell works. Less than that, the wand goes burn.
Modifier.
Nope. 8. Those are all valid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, roll again.
10.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
You need an 11 or better.
Oh, use the wand again.
No, it's gone.
No, it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. Okay. So what? You try to use the wand a second time with a crack. It breaks. That takes 2 actions. That wand you can mark off, and you got 1 action left.
You get diplomacy. Sir, be asleep. Get that full session to go back to sleep.
There's no smelly dogs in here.
This is just a bad dream.
Understand?
That's nightmare.
What do you do? You got 1 action.
I guess I could.
Open the door and let other people in.
I guess I could punch him.
You have to move up to him.
Or open the door and let.
Yeah, I'll open the door.
Okay. You swing the door open. Door opens up. You see Ack in a bit of a panic. You can hear the monk punching away at something. So we don't need to worry about that. Let me roll for a perception check. Okay. That puts us in the following round, where his.
Yeah, I think we're.
I was listening at the
stealthy
other door, like I said.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't. When you get to your, I'll let you know what, if anything, you hear.
Okay.
So we have Jenny. Jenny's not here. Ben. Okay. The guy goes first. He stands up with a bit of a rage.
Yeah.
Is there.
You put duct tape on this now.
Then drinks a vial and
in his night.
okay. He stands up, grabs his stuff that's right there,
Yes.
and then drinks a vial. His form becomes a bit blurry. Okay. Okay. George. There does not seem to be any sounds or any change in the sounds in the other room.
Is it obviously loud from out here? Like how loud is it compared to what's going on downstairs?
Not too loud. I mean, there's noise, and there was a loud crack as the wand broke. But other than that, yeah, that room does not seem to have become alert to the fact that there's anything going on yet. Depends on the actions of the rest of the group.
Casting spells are loud, correct?
If you wish to.
Okay.
They are allowed, yes. If they're verbal, they are loud.
I was wondering what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
If
If they are verbal, you have to speak in a loud, strong voice.
Well, I'll just keep watch on the door.
Okay, just stay there.
Yes.
Glad
okay.
I did not go in.
Okay. Dahlia.
Get the slap and get the slap.
You said we don't know.
You do. You're fully aware that things have gone sideways. What I'm telling he has his ear pressed up to the other door, trying to figure out if the other person knows something's going on. He does not seem to currently be aware of it.
I'm keeping an eye
The
on
door's
it.
open. You open the door.
Door's open. Yeah, you're definitely aware there's something going on.
Right.
Can't see anybody currently other than Ack, but
Go up to the.
You should
you're in front of the door right now.
go in and close the door so it nothing.
In a dark room that you can't see.
Or just
You
close
don't need light, just start casting spells, man.
Yeah. Fireball gets them all.
Right.
close yourself.
I will
That's
go
my
in.
damage.
Okay. To the other side of Ack, to the north, or to the north of Ack, or somewhere else.
Isn't the moon very bright tonight? At the window?
You're there.
Yes, and
I don't have.
Correct.
Is there a light that lights up whenever the door's open? Yes.
Right there.
Yeah.
Light from the factory is what's in the room. Technically, George had a light. That light is turned off, I'm assuming,
Yes,
since you're
it
in the
is.
hallway. So that's what you can see.
Yeah.
You can't. Ack is there. He has a broken wand. What's that? Yes.
In the doorway.
Yes.
oh, you could see.
The other side of him?
Yeah.
Okay. See a dark room. You can hear scuffling some distance to your north. Can't make anything out in the dim light.
I move.
You
Then
can,
you're not gonna be able to see.
yeah, you can close it.
Lock
Okay.
inside the.
Sure. I'll let you close it as you move in, and then you're gonna cast light. Okay. Okay. So we go to Jason.
I'm gonna go ahead and go try to punch him.
Okay.
Where?
He is no longer flat-footed or paralyzed.
Where is it? Oh,
Let's start piston.
if we do manage to
28.
knock him out,
28.
tell him. Oh.
You hit him.
You no longer getting double damage.
Correct.
Once.
Okay. And his fortitude save fails. His fortitude save fails. So
Okay.
that's stun 1.
Go ahead and second it.
Ooh, well, actually, would he have been able to drink that potion because he was stunned from the critical?
Probably not. But what would you like to do?
Maybe he could drink really fast.
It's
a free action. Held it from his nightgown bandolier.
Okay. Actually, for him, it is a free action for his class. So,
Yes, I'll go ahead. He's still not.
did you? You rolled what?
I rolled a 2.
What was your total?
Total because you fumble. You have a plus 11, so that would be a
32.
Okay. So you just missed. Okay. Second action.
Go ahead, swing it.
would be a minus 8. Your second action. You have 2 attacks, and it goes attack mode.
Swing it.
Okay.
Okay.
We're rolling that.
Not a natural
A
one.
20.
It is a 20.
A 20. Okay, that is a hit. Well, yes. No, that is not a hit. His blur actually protects him that time. They're uncommon. Third action.
Another minus 8.
There's no difference for further attacks for you.
Again.
Oh.
I think it's 8.
8. That's going to be a fumble. Malie, you're... Okay, so that won't really apply because your weapon would be lodged into a nearby surface. So, we won't bother with that one.
There we go.
His fist gets stuck in the mattress.
No. Act. You now have light in the room. You see the creature fighting there.
What kind of spell is this guy?
He's not. He just drank something.
If you drink a potion and get an alchemy effect, does that count as a magic effect?
Yes, they are still magical.
Okay. Good work.
I'm gonna cast a spell magic.
Almost all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna cast a spell magic on him?
Yep.
Okay. Make a targeted attack.
Okay.
That jumped right out of that box. I assume that's a verbal spell?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So in the room beside you, you hear somebody casting loud, strong words of magic.
In the room next to him.
Yes.
It is a 20.
You rolled a 20?
It's 30.
30. Okay. You cast a spell, and his blurring fades. He glares at you. What would you like to do for your third action?
Jerk center punch.
Cash shield.
Okay. In the room next to you, yeah, the tempo and activity in that changes significantly. Somebody seems definitely aware of what's going on, or that there is something going on. Okay. Meanwhile, in that room, with the monk, the guy,
This stealth operation is
has
Do I hear anything?
no.
They're not from all the way down from the base.
They're not talking that loud yet. Okay. He whips out a wand and waves it, shooting a blast of greenish energy at Ack. Hitting a 25.
That hits.
You take 14 points of acid. I'm sorry, what was your armor class?
20.
20, okay, so I just did. Take 14 points of acid, and you are continuing to sizzle. Then picks up a mace from beside the bed. In the other room, you hear some movement and sound of some clanking. Okay. George.
Like, does it sound like they are rapidly approaching the door?
Yes.
Okay. There. I will. I guess with the best of my ability, try to keep the door closed.
You're gonna try to hold the door?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh, if I had a sleep arrow, I could.
Jen.
we need help. We need help.
It was something we said, made hand. Remember?
We are in trouble.
What you got, Dahlia?
Whose idea was this to do this?
Yours.
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 You're the one that had to lock it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do red.
Okay.
What'd you say?
All the loud spells.
What were you
Yep.
asking?
Well, the
Now,
bell
are you
already
are you
hurt.
trying to subdue with Ray of Frost, or are you trying to kill with Ray of Frost? Okay, so -2 on your attack.
Hey, you get back
So it's
to
not-
us now.
Where it is back. Okay.
I'm not sure that's gonna hold up in court.
Uh-huh.
13. That is a miss.
They hear this.
And then you have one action left.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, I'm talking about RP. How far away?
Jason.
We can hear it. That's bad.
I guess I'm
Yeah,
back.
if they can hear it, that's a problem.
Then the whole complex is hear it.
Lightning bolt.
We'll go ahead and flurry on them.
Okay.
Ooh.
A 30? That's a critical. Okay. Crit effect. You get a free attack against an adjacent foe. But it doesn't help you in this case.
Bunch of potions.
And the
Punch the
dark.
pillow.
So it's double, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
So that would be 23.
23?
Double.
Yeah, you got the
26.
Six. Okay, you smack him across the face, he goes down. He is currently unconscious on the bed. What would you like to do for your second action?
Yeah, is there anything
Blanket.
I can tie him
I
up?
have rope.
Tie him up.
So Adalia offer you some rope. You start subduing him. Ack, what are you gonna do?
I'm
There.
gonna go back in there.
It's gonna take him a little bit of time to tie him up.
So you want to go in
Yeah.
there. Tie him up.
So she just cast a spell and shield,
I
and then
can
you
help.
took him out. But
Did they
I'll
just
help
get knocked
tie him
out?
up.
okay, so you're gonna go over there. You have rope?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ack jumps forward and grabs some rope. You guys start working on tying him up. Meanwhile, outside in the hallway,
Yes.
the door attempts to open. Give me a strength check.
I mean,
Would this be an
Athletics. You need a 15 because he's not expecting anything.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, it's only a 50% chance. Can I use my bardic lore?
No.
To...
You know stories about doors and how to keep them closed.
Yes. Oh, okay. That's a 23.
A 23. Okay.
Yes.
The first action, he pulls the door and you pull it closed right away. You hear somebody from the other side of the room calls out, "Go around!" And then he pulls harder on the door.
Okay.
Give me another athletics check. You need a 20.
Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, I did it. 21.
Okay.
I only have 5 athletics.
You're doing good there.
Okay, we need to go home now. Doors closed.
Nothing to hear here.
Oh, door closed. We have to go home.
What has he got?
no, when he's about to charge at the door, you open it and then he runs into the wall.
Okay.
Like, which way does the door open?
Into the room.
Okay.
Okay. You hear spell casting from inside the room. Okay.
Not destroy door.
In the other room, the guy is down. You said you wanted to go into the closet? Okay, the door's locked.
He's still in it.
It
right?
is still in it.
Okay.
Okay,
Turn
so
the key
you-
and open the door.
Okay. Go in there.
How familiar?
Same thing you saw before, an open wardrobe, several skin shirts. Well, yeah, but what I was describing to them. Several skin shirts hanging in the wardrobe. Look like they've been recently disturbed.
Anything.
You want to take some time to start searching through it? Take some time. Officially 10 minutes, but
Search.
the search, yeah, search it carefully. If you want to just do a quick glance, it's just a wardrobe. Yeah, if you're searching it for secret passages or
I was
secrets,
searching it
there's nothing
for
obvious.
items.
Yeah, there's nothing obvious in it. If you want to study the wardrobe for anything of hidden information, that takes more time.
I'll start.
Okay, so you start digging through the wardrobe and all the skins. Meanwhile, the other two of you are putting away the stuff or tying up the guy. Between the two of you, you managed to tie him up this round. George, what would you like to do?
Okay. Does it sound like he's on the opposite side?
Not immediately if you're planning to hit him with the door.
The door. I actually was.
I figured that's where you were going. No.
Yes.
He's evolving.
You hear voices, you hear the sound of spellcasting in the room. It does not sound like he's right next to the door.
Dad, we
Missed
really watched a
opportunity.
video about not doing that.
Okay. Is there any like wooden bar or whatever I can like?
Bar the door with?
Yes.
No, because the door opens into the room.
Well, yes, but I didn't know with
It's
the.
just a door with a knob.
Break off.
He just punches it.
If you had a blast, you could just blast the lock.
Um.
What do you got?
I think we'll. What I just asked.
You can try holding the door still, but
Well, I don't think that's the last
Well,
one.
you're talking bar, you could also.
Yeah,
Do you
so-
have a rope? Could you tie the door
I do have a
closed from the
rope,
outside?
but what am I going to tie it to? I guess I could tie it
Is
to
there
like
a
the other
railing?
door.
what are you going to do?
If there's a post outside the door, you could.
I will, I guess, tie it to a nearby post or the.
There is no nearby post. Like I
So-
said, there's no railing on the
Okay,
balcony.
then I will just keep it closed. I guess.
You're just going to hold it closed?
Yes.
Okay.
I like to cast guidance on myself though, so I get a +1.
So you cast guidance and then hold on to that.
Yes.
Okay. So that'll help you with +1 on your first attempt.
Yes.
Okay. In the other on the next round, you hear. Gonna do the door that he was not able to open. You hear whoever it is call out in a shrill voice, "Barkstag, are you okay?"
That's coming from.
What's he going to do?
Just go to sleep.
Your deception to say yes.
Yes, I'm just playing.
It's just a
I was honestly tempted. It's like if I was thinking like I could disguise myself and distract him, but it's like, well, I don't have the time to do that. That's kind of hard.
He just asked you,
Yes.
so you could say, "Yeah, I'm okay."
Okay. Give me another athletics check
Oh yeah.
versus a 20 as he pulls the door again.
Aha! Natural 20.
Now, door barely budges. After that, you hear something heavy hit the door, and then start rapidly hitting the door. After a moment or two, you see what looks like an axe head start to penetrate through the door.
Oh my.
Here's Johnny.
Yeah, it looks like you have maybe another round before the door is just destroyed.
Okay.
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 George, what are you going to do for this next round? He doesn't seem to be trying to open the door
Yes.
anymore. Now he's just removing it.
Yeah.
You can certainly hold on to it, but you have this round, and then he'll probably be through the door. Although if you don't hold the door, then he could also probably open it at that point.
Yes, but he doesn't know if I'm holding the lock. So I was thinking I was going to go. I'm going to go over to the. Could I go to the southern room? Walk in there and close it.
Can you get to the southern room? Sure.
Yeah, and get in there and close the door.
Sure.
Sure.
What's that gonna?
Lead him away. Or
Okay, so you go in there and close the door. It's dark in here.
okay.
Okay? Outside, most of the factory noises are muffled. You can hear a loud cracking sound as he's hitting away at the door. Jen, Jason, and Keith, you guys are in there. The guy is tied up. You hear something. You hear the sounds of wood splintering out in the hallway. What are you guys gonna do? I'm sorry, which door? The one to the closet that you're already at?
And
Did I find anything in
In those 5 seconds, no. You've only really just started looking, though. It's going to take some time to get anything of significance.
that I could hear?
You can hear from the other room somebody hitting the door, trying to
Okay,
break it
I'll
up, break it open.
report.
Okay. Okay, so you go back over there, open it out onto the balcony. There's no sign of George. He's gone. The door just to your south has a large axe head sticking through it, which is then withdrawn and a moment later appears in a different location. There's a large hole that's appearing in the door as somebody's trying to chop their way through it. You don't know.
Who, me?
George.
Where's his spirit?
the spirit.
You don't know. You weren't there.
Okay, so that's, you got one more action.
My bird has the face to where it turns.
As a reaction, okay?
I'm gonna send.
You can't communicate with them in any manner.
I said
All
any
they got-
sign.
That would
Okay.
be the sign if a bird.
I'm fine with that. Phase familiar, though, is a reaction when you take an attack. It doesn't allow it to phase through things. It's not a useful skill like that. It just prevents it. It makes it momentarily phase when it takes attacks or damage. That's the trigger for the phase. Now you can certainly send it to it, but if it can't get through the doors or whatever, it can't help. The secret door is open. Yeah, the other door, yeah, it would have been closed.
Okay.
5 minutes.
So I will just stay in the doorway, watch to see
Okay.
whoever's.
Those your act. Did you guys have anything?
Yes, this guy that's tied up.
Uh-huh.
I want to. He's in a
He is. That's work stuff.
so I would like to make sure that I control it.
Okay. Give me a medical check. You can too, Act.
Medical?
Medical.
Why would you do that to me? No, I'm being dead serious. This is you're picking them. Oh, 20.
I'm trying to pick all the skills you guys don't have.
Yeah, 20.
A 20, just a 2?
You rolled an 18.
No.
He rolled a 2.
Oh.
Okay. He's definitely subdued at this point. He's unconscious. You hold him down. You make sure all the ropes are tight on him. One thing of note you notice on him, on his left shoulder, has a massive scar of some large creature that bit him.
The blood came in.
Okay.
One that got bit and more stuff.
Okay.
We
This
can-
man is our evidence.
I'm glad she's in the room.
Okay.
We are taking this man as evidence.
We are taking that.
Okay. Following round, the other door opens up, and a smallish gnome steps out. He is armed with a hand axe. Give me a nature roll. Okay. He has pale skin and bright red hair. And is dressed in leather armor. Has a axe. Steps out, looks around, and sees you without much difficulty. Yes. And then moves up to you and says, "You are not allowed here." And then strikes at you with his axe.
I don't have my own.
Totally for the monks, it's for
No,
punching the dude.
we're gonna say this guy's unbest. So,
Officers report.
He gets a 15. Okay. Swings his axe at you, embedding it into the door frame. Behind him, you see a couple of small, maybe this tall, little pudgy creatures. They have little, it looks like scale metal wings. They sort of waddle out of the room into the area. One of them flies off down to the lower level below you, and they start chittering out some sort of communication to the other guys. George,
Do I hear?
you still hear axe strikes outside.
Okay. Do I not hear him yelling at all?
You hear voices and shouting and everything.
Probably. Open the door
Okay.
and like cast deja vu.
Deja vu on the dude.
Yes, it's a will save.
Okay. I don't know what it does, but we'll roll.
It's a
I think he passed. His will bonus, he gets a 23.
okay. We passed.
Okay.
No.
No effect.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh,
Deja vu.
okay.
Because you asked him again. What was that called?
I think I've asked this, but
Okay. Delia. Angry gnome with an axe in front of you.
Oh.
Not bad, man.
Ah. I don't wanna.
we haven't done anything.
Yes, we have.
Everything,
We haven't done
everything
anything
to
wrong.
this point has
We
been
can
legit.
As he's standing over the unconscious body.
Good.
It was all a dream.
We're gonna bluff. We're gonna bluff our way. He is our-
I'm gonna use Dave.
Okay. Will save, I assume?
It's not me.
You got a 23.
That's
Okay. One more action.
a question.
Okay. Jason,
At this point, I can see this person here, right?
you can see somebody attacking Dahlia with an axe.
I want to actually use. No, yeah, I can use deception. We use deception on. Hey, we have. What's the guy's name that we have tied up? Orkstad. He's under arrest. I want to make it seem like we're the police.
Okay. You made deception roll.
We're the police.
14.
Okay. We're the police. He doesn't seem to recognize your authority.
You don't have badge.
You got 2 actions left. Yep.
Okay? The next action is if you don't get out of our way, we're taking Horstag or we're going to kill him.
Okay.
What?
We're
And
taking him.
Give me a
So you're just gonna hold. You're just gonna wait for his reaction at that point.
Yeah, because I want to make it so that
Okay.
we're using him as a hostage.
Okay.
We're taking him with us.
That's fine. Keith, what would you like to do? Doge is threatening the life of the prisoner if the guy doesn't surrender.
How about trying diplomacy, telling him we're officers of court, we have authority to seize this man as evidence in a trial.
Okay, so you try to appeal to his logic.
Yeah.
Give him a diplomacy roll. Okay. Doesn't seem to have an effect on him. Does not seem to recognize your authority. Want to do anything else for your other two actions?
I also could move.
You're right next to the guy.
Okay.
That's fine. They wouldn't think you're all bite. Or all bark. Well, for some reason, your tail just keeps wagging.
Spaceballs.
How about a non-lethal ray of frost?
That guy?
Yep.
Okay. So surrender or we'll kill your friend, Zap. Yeah, okay, go for it. Okay. Now, you're going to have to move. You can't see him. So, you need to move here at least, or further.
Would you have the action to do it because you had to talk to him?
I had to talk to him, yeah. Cash.
Or just move.
Or, okay, move so I can see him.
Okay, well, you can see him from here. Move into the center of the room and then cast shield. Okay. His turn. He does not seem to care or believe you with his friend. As in, he continues to strike.
No. That's a violent game.
Actually, has been very non-violent.
Who got hit by the acid earlier? Roll a d6 for me. 5. Took 5 points of damage from the acid stuff. He says, I do not recognize your authority, and raises a holy symbol. There is a burst of energy through the room. Everybody give me a fortitude save.
Me?
Good question. Yes, including you.
28.
Okay.
24. Where's that supposed to
24? 20? Each of you take 10 points of damage?
Telling you
Even though I
guys,
have
it's
shield.
time.
Correct. An area of effect, that's a thing that doesn't affect your shield. That takes his reaction. His action. George.
So you erased the holy symbol, correct?
Correct.
Can I see what the holy symbol is?
You can. Give me a religion check.
Could I use my bardic lore?
Sure. That one will work.
That would be an 18.
18. Recognize a holy symbol of Norgorber.
Okay.
Oh, what?
Oh.
Ally to Pharasma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one action.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to try to deja vu again.
Okay. 15.
So, doesn't affect them this round. Just read the card again.
And what he has to do the same thing next time.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, his next turn, he does his turn normally, but the turn afterwards he has to repeat.
Okay.
Need some?
So you're welcome to look up the religion of Norgover if you wish. Get some frame of reference. Meanwhile, Jen, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna give.
Okay, you got one in your bandolier? Okay. Gonna splash it on him or hand it to him? Okay. And then what you like to do for your other two actions? When he drinks it, he will.
I'm gonna back out of it so I'm not blocking the way.
Okay. Okay, you got one action?
And
Didn't she also pour potion on?
She can, if she wants to.
One action.
You can either splash it on him as an adjacent person, or you can give it to him and he can take it whenever he decides to take it. Yes. Either one of his actions or yours. Handing it to him, handing it to him or splashing it on him is functionally the same. The difference is if you give it to him, he can use it whenever he wants, not necessarily right then.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the healing?
it's 3d6.
Okay, meanwhile, Doge, go ahead.
I would like to once again express the situation. Basically, stand down or I'm going to
Right, he's already ignored that.
I'm going to do it again. I mean it this time. This is for real. I will kill him.
That seemed to have less effect on him. What'd you like to do for your other two actions?
He's tied up,
Right,
so I can
and unconscious.
go ahead.
You absolutely could kill him if you wished to.
Why not, guys?
He's unconscious. He's
Oh,
not
we
gonna
need,
shoot
we
him.
need
Let's stun him.
All right. Well, he's already.
He's unconscious, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead.
Which,
and
the guy
because
attacking
she
us?
stepped back, right?
Yes.
So I can move into this
You're
spot.
gonna jump in front of him?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we have an attack of opportunity.
He does not.
Physical.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna flurry him? Okay.
15.
Yes. Hit. Point. Okay, he resists your stunning fist. Then your third, you tried to convince him again. You moved up to punch him. Yeah. Act. You have resisted the stunning fist. Yes.
So what are we doing with this?
Doge just punched him.
Oh, that's good.
You said my non-lethal.
It's automatic. Yeah. On monk, any strike that's non-lethal, which includes a fist, you have to choose to make it lethal. Otherwise, it's by default non-lethal. And actually, making it lethal gives you a penalty. So you almost always knock them out. And I think your wolf stance technically is the reverse. It's not a non-lethal attack.
Monks, they have a feature they can do it automatically without any penalties.
Okay, so they may have, yeah, special abilities maybe.
Monks just do it.
You got to act.
I just knock him off.
I mean, what is this? This dude's a what?
No.
So how far? I mean, we get him out of the way. I can do a hydraulic push on him.
I mean, you're going to
Scaffold.
kill him if that's what we're going to do. We might as well.
I still like the idea of grappling. Tying him up.
I'll do a ray of frost on
Trying to kill or subdue.
subdue.
Okay, so -2 on your attack.
Oh.
16. 16's a miss. Got one action left.
How about if that'd be a one action. Okay, I'm gonna drop this.
Okay. Get your sling ready. So we go back around to him. He is going to. He's not stunned, so he will do another full round action. And everybody, give me a fortitude save. You have to go back to the tavern.
No problem with what I chose.
Have a nice nap.
22.
Yeah, me too. I have
22.
22?
17.
no problem with just hanging back.
19.
Oh, 19.
22.
Okay. Okay, you two take 11. You two take 5.
I just got to repeat those actions.
Yes.
Next turn.
George.
So I want to. So he has the religious symbol in one hand and the axe in the other, right?
X was lodged in.
It just special effects. He just hit the door.
I want.
It wasn't actually stuck there.
Where's this up?
I want to run over there.
He didn't fumble.
I want to run over there and try to burn the holy symbol.
25 feet to get over to him.
Yep.
And you're gonna try to disarm him.
Yes.
Okay.
It's athletics, which is what?
Disarm is trained only. Athletics versus reflex.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a 1. So I don't know what happened.
I honestly don't know either. I think he disarms you.
I don't have anything now.
On the turntable.
You critically fail. You can drop the weapon to take the effects of the failure instead of a critical failure. That's for if you have a weapon that allows it. Basic disarm, critical failure, you lose your balance, you're flat-footed.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Got one action.
yes. I guess I will guide Doge to right back.
Get him, Doge.
Get him, puppy.
Hell yeah.
+1 on you first.
Yeah. First roll.
Guided to do it.
How about
You're gonna have to touch him. In the name. I'm good with that. Okay, so you cast Chill Touch, and then you're attempting to. Is this a saving throw or an attack roll?
fortitude?
Okay, so that will be lethal damage. Yes.
Yes.
Saving throws you can't make subdual. Okay.
Kinetic projectile?
Is it I think it's an attack roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
So go ahead and make an attack. -2 for non-lethal.
Thank you.
I got him. Doge, you're gonna be next.
1d6 plus your spellcast.
They changed it to +2. No, it's +2 items, so he has to be able to cast on
Oh, okay.
it's just 1d6.
Okay. So it's 12 points.
12 points. Okay. And you flurry on him.
+1, right?
30.
Yeah.
Bludgeoning. You do an overwhelming Hulk smash on him, doing triple damage.
Yes.
No
Good night.
killing.
Wow, that's a great roll.
Oh, that doesn't bode well for him.
So we got,
So that's-
we got +3.
So that would be
6.
16.
Six.
Times 3.
And,
42?
yeah,
42 and 48.
48. Yeah. 48.
Yeah, he goes down.
Hey, you did 2 grades.
Alright,
Okay.
let's tie him up.
Time up.
Your dice are like rolling.
Oh,
I know, we're the last week.
Down below in the factory, you can see the little squat little things floating around, squawking at the workers. The workers are all looking at them, and they're all sort of looking at you, sort of stirring the pots aimlessly, but otherwise just sort of looking at you. They don't seem like they're reacting, although they're certainly aware that you're there now.
Okay, so we got both of them knocked out, right?
They are both knocked out.
And
One of
both
them's tied up.
Okay, I'm gonna tie up the other.
Okay, you got another rope?
I do, but yeah,
Okay, so you can use your rope to tie him up. Then what would you guys like to do?
it's part of the adventures.
Yes.
Let's take him and get out of here.
Well, then we should go past the top people.
But it seems to me like they're not moving. They don't really. They're being controlled by the people. I think.
Well, since they're tied up, we can explore them.
We can. We want to get.
We could also interrogate these.
I will.
I think we need to take these guys down and get them out.
Well, why don't you go run in the room and we'll start.
Well, she wants to stay anyway. I know that.
She didn't find anything.
Yeah, no, it was just.
And these are the head
She only
guys.
spent
You
5
guys can
seconds.
always
We got the head-
interrogate them.
yeah,
they're the
they-
head guys.
You take him
I
to
think
the
once
court.
she subbed enough for her, I'm gonna go with her reaction.
I think we should find a place to interrogate these guys and get all the information.
I think let's take him back and throw him over to the court.
Well, but if we just put a bunch of 2 men, they're gonna be like, that's
We wanna
kidnapping
interrogate
and
them
assault.
beforehand.
Let's let the four of them figure out what they want to do.
I said we
their
head
plan
back
is.
down to the group.
Okay, so right now the four of you are here. Let's figure out what Jen wants to do when she gets back.
I'll share
The
the
two of you are willing to take the prisoners and go.
You go.
Okay.
I'll share the religion.
I think
Okay.
this dude ain't gonna.
He's not going to tell us anything because one of Norgerberg believes in secret. One of their edicts is telling secret. I don't think they're really. They're both worshippers.
Oh, you know about it?
I don't know. I don't know if Faraz was against Norgerberg specifically. I don't know that. Is it? No.
All I
I mean,
know is
against an evil deity, yes.
I think
Norgerber's a neutral type. Norgerber is evil, but you can also worship him as neutral.
Yeah.
So he might worship
Yeah,
Norgerber.
he is a neutral evil deity known as the Reaper of Reputation.
either way.
I think there's only like 2 or 3 guys. Right.
Yeah. He's evil, but you can also be neutral.
I mean, there's some evil stuff going on.
Evil.
Subjective.
Yeah.
They have a different culture.
Used to do knock you out and go into your house.
I think at
It
this
puts the
point-
lotion in the basket.
That's exactly what I've been thinking. Is there a hose in this room?
Great.
You made
He was about to use the
suits
hose.
from skin out of people. You're not the same.
Yeah. 3 of us say.
Well, yeah, it's up to you guys how you want to split up. Now, you could certainly leave some people here and some people go.
Was there any other ways to get up from here?
No,
Okay.
none that you found at least.
They would have access to the stairs.
Is
They
there-
would see them coming.
Is there anything more? Are these guys the ones running the whole operation with no help?
This building.
Well, they've
yeah.
got all these.
Yeah, but they're working for them, right?
Right.
As far as
Right. These are the head guys.
Do I recognize them as people? Whatever their names
Oh,
are.
the guy was wearing the
He
skin.
yelled out Brooks.
Yeah.
Yes. Just to double check
It
that the
didn't look
other
like
person
Boris
is
then.
grind. or not.
These guys match the
Yeah.
descriptions you guys have had. Yeah.
So he's wearing some type of
So
skin.
give me a nature roll. All 3 of you can now that you have time to actually look at them.
Could he use my verdict for it?
Sure.
There we go.
Can I use my shooting lore?
Sure.
That's a 26.
Okay.
Can I use my act?
Your act lore now.
Telling Lord.
Jenga the 24.
Okay.
I got 7.
So you get this related to
25.
Vorkstag. Okay. You get this related to the gnome.
Oh.
You're unable to share it with the dog.
I'm not.
Doge is not allowed to know.
So they are
You must not know.
So they tie up the other one, pull them into the side room where you had the closet and everything. They're studying them, trying to figure out what the next move is. Ack and Doge want to take the prisoners and get out of here. George is saying we need to stick around and look for other stuff.
Yeah, I want to look in the book.
Could I look him up real quick? What it is?
No.
No. Okay.
You're welcome to share that information
Okay.
if you wish. Don't
Yeah.
listen, just use Doge.
No, I was talking about looking up information about the creature.
No.
More. No. Okay. Well, I recognize this as a skin stealer. They are capable of taking dead skin and assuming the role for mimicking of a person.
So
And
this might not be.
that was grind or Vorkstag?
Vorkstag.
Okay. Vorkstag.
It's a fey creature. Yeah.
So he's not really Vorkstag.
He's not human.
So which one of the two were under the bleaching? Was it Vorkstag or grind?
Grind.
Grind.
Grind was said by the town believed to be a gnome who had undergone the bleaching. That's his unusual look. Pale skin, brightly colored hair.
Oh, okay. I thought it was white hair. Okay.
No,
Not
he had
necessarily.
bright red
They
hair, that's
they
why I said
typically
he was a leprechaun.
they'll typically dye it to have some personality, but gnomes after they reach a certain age, they all of a sudden go albino.
Yeah.
This one says creature is a dark creeper, a type of underdark ground for stealth, known for stealth, assassination, and subterfuge.
So I think we have enough with the and your knowledge of Jack being a skin stealer and stuff like that. I think we would at least reasonable. But I was hoping to.
I'll go into the
What?
Go to the room next door and let's search that. We've pretty well done this. Search the
You don't
room.
remember that?
No, I
was the
don't.
first
That was stolen from the university.
Oh, okay.
The artifact or whatever that was taken.
Well, we can check the
Yeah.
other room.
And the other relevant piece is as you guys took out Grind, the little bat creatures were floating around, warning all the people down below. All the workers are sort of just staring at you. They're aware that you're there. They're not making any moves either way. They're just slowly mixing to see what you guys are going to do.
Why don't we search the two rooms?
Okay, search it carefully. Okay, so the northern room where you guys were originally. Several things you guys find. Now that you have plenty of time to search through and look through things, the books are predominantly dealing with anatomy and surgery. To the right scholar or university, probably be worth quite a bit. They look like fairly high-end books and fairly rare. There is effectively a complete alchemist lab on the desk, including various packets of different things, different chemicals and so forth. The cabinet, when you take a look at it, you find that there is a false back of the cabinet. It only goes in about 2 feet. When you pull it out, you find a collection of valuables. There is a large bag filled with coins, a silver drinking cup inlaid with obsidian, and a syringe of 6 vials of some sort of liquid. Or arcane. Or occulting. It appears to be some sort of necromantic elixir. It looks like it would be sort of like an adrenaline shot for undead. That's okay. They're figuring it out themselves. Basically, what you would describe is that this elixir would give dead things or animated dead some of their mental capabilities back. Okay. There is also a ledger that details customers who have purchased stolen cadavers and anatomical parts from Gorgstag Grinds going back 20 years. Detailing the names of many of the names are local doctors and scholars, a few of which the bard recognizes. Couple of them stand out. One is Dr. Brada. Yes. And another one is named Aaron Vrood. You don't recognize that name, but Dr. Brada is the one that ran the sanctuary. According to the ledger, he provided much of the bodies. Okay.
Could I possibly article on
Try.
Okay. So the sanitarian provided the body.
The doctor did, yes.
22.
Okay. Never heard of him.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. In the other room, the right room here. That one. Okay. The other room is the bedroom of Grind. When you open the door, it has a bed, but there's also several workbenches and alchemical gear. The walls are lined with shelves and strange-looking objects in jars of liquid, bits of rags littering the floor. The air is heavy with the stench of spoiled food mixed with acid chemicals. There's a ladder leading to the ceiling that leads up into that tower that you guys saw before. And the room is part alchemy lab, part slaughterhouse, part bedroom. Basically, he was, from the looks of it, he was dissecting, cutting up creatures, some basic animals, some basic people type things, in his bedroom. The little creatures that float around or that were flying around appear to be homunculi that he crafted. and they sort of wander around. They don't seem hostile to you at all, but they seem like a combination of like mechanical parts and bits of animals and so forth that he cobbled together. There is a strong box that you find in the room that is locked. And then, like I said, the ladder leads up to the tower itself.
Well, we got the key, remember? Got that right.
That's enough. Got it right.
Okay. You try a couple of the keys. One of them ends up opening it. You open up the lockbox. On the inside, you find a little green vial connected to the lock itself that would have gone off had you opened it otherwise. With the key, it looks like it disarms it. Inside is filled with the strong box. Yeah.
I am very.
Contains more coins, several vials, and a small velvet purse containing 4 small cloudy diamonds. His collection of valuables, basically. Yes. Okay. That'd be the last place you guys have that you guys found that you can search for. Okay.
What was the epic piece?
It was an artifact that
Roll it.
What is it?
it was a statuette of some sort.
We didn't know
He
exactly what
didn't
it was
specify. I don't think
for.
you specified.
It was an
exactly what it
abstract
looked like.
statue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it had been there.
Disappeared.
Right. They couldn't find the statue. Okay.
I didn't know if it was that chalice or whatever with it.
Checking the tower, you find some more of the bat-like creatures. They seem to roost in that upper level. They, for the most part, pretty much just ignore you guys. The first floor above, there are a collection of old artifacts, curios, etc. in the area. Most notable is what looks like a tribal mask made out of ebony. Not really a crown, but more like a metal headband made out of silver, and a gigantic tusk. Looks like maybe a mammoth tusk, carved with intricate writing all across it. And then there's a ladder going up to the top floor of the tower.
Can you read on the writing?
It looks like it is several arcane spells inscribed into the tusk. The tusk itself is 20 pounds. Can her familiar eat the tusk? No. It has to be on paper. I understand that.
Can I cast detect magic over the overall place?
The tusk is magical. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Make a rough example, right?
The trapdoor above you is also magical.
Trapdoor above us is magical.
Are you sure?
Yes. You're not there, but yeah.
I just to reassure.
Can I tell what type of magic?
Evocation.
I cast Dispel Magic.
You can if you have Dispel Magic memorized.
Yep.
You had 2 of them memorized?
He's a sorcerer.
Oh, okay. Well, you can do that then.
It's okay if he didn't do it. I was going to cast something.
Go for it.
Why would I want to? No.
16.
16. Okay. You dispel the magical trap. Open the door up. Above it, there is another section of more bat lodging type area. There is a there's a metal or a copper lightning rod, basically implanted in the roof. It goes up through the top in the form of a raven eating a wolf. Okay. Might have some value from an artistic standpoint. Other than that, it just opens out onto the outside where the bats could get out. Over the like the city?
No, like the platform.
Yeah, there's no other magic.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. It's just.
Yeah, it's a lightning rod. It's at the highest point of the tower. Mm-hmm. So they have a decorative lightning rod in the shape of a raven eating a wolf. You remember the surgical tools has a symbol of a raven.
Okay.
Okay. You guys are up above on the top tower. It will look out on the city and the village and everything. At this point, it's approximately 2 a.m.
Who got the lockpick?
The dog, he's been progressively breaking them.
I have a special lockpick set also, but Carter has the very fancy lockpick.
Yeah, he has the extra fancy one.
Yes, no one knows about that.
No one knows about
I paid a very pretty penny for those.
Yeah.
You did.
No, but the lockpicks that I was talking about was the one that was given.
Oh.
And
Okay.
I just wondered if it had the same markings on it.
No.
No.
Okay. Was there anywhere else you wanted to check in here, or anything else you wanted to consider, or do you want to head back to the group? Okay. And are you taking the captives or dispatching them, or leaving them behind? Okay. So just about just about to the hour. You're about ready to charge in there, guns blazing. The dwarf is holding you back, saying, a few more minutes. They'll do it. They'll make it.
I'm raging.
And all of a sudden the door opens up. You see the group returning, leading 2 captives that are bound. They're able to walk. They're conscious, but they are, I'm assuming, gagged, bound, etc. They're subdued. They're led along with them.
So, everything else is copacetic, guys. You have what we came for. I want to ask,
Who are these men?
is it
What did you do?
Is it better to walk out the front door, try to take them through the sewer out the?
Alrighty, basically. Sewer.
Whether or not the dogs are attacked or not.
We're going to. And there's.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I will not.
There's
Pulleys,
There's a pulley,
but there's nothing, no rope or anything.
We just throw them.
You could.
It's a small.
They die from the fall because they each have like one hit point.
Then they'll be covered in that.
Well, you could pull them above.
I don't want to. I just want to go out front door. I'm
Those
cool with.
constructs don't seem to be.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm more than happy to distract the
that's
dog.
because they're
You guys go out
programmed
the
for
front.
one job. It's
No,
like they go.
people. Those actual SWAT dudes are people. Yeah, I identified them as just people.
No, I wasn't disagreeing.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even there, so it doesn't matter.
You guys cool with going out the front door then? We'll just send somebody to go get.
He is stronger than he looks.
Okay, so you guys just head out the front door?
Yeah.
Okay. So the workers don't seem to care one way or the other. They're neutral on it. You head up to the door, seeing the door open. As soon as you do, the dog, who was otherwise just like standing there staring at where the champion was, quickly turns towards you and then almost immediately lays down and becomes docile.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright.
Borgstag and Grind just sort of glare at it as you guys walk out. And
Gosh, so their presence makes a difference.
okay.
So we didn't have to be discreet at all in this situation.
No.
We're gonna have serious trouble for this
from
at
an
the court.
elevated position.
So, were we returning this thunderstorm?
No.
Put him up in front of them.
Matter of fact, I'm looking for other stuff.
I'll leave them.
I'll leave my thunder.
Okay.
I did Steve.
Okay, so you leave those there with everything else.
To the
keep it
courthouse.
by Thunderstone. Someone handed it to me, and I thought it was a prize.
Oh, okay.
Both.
So the only thing you're
Those
stealing
bad
is the
dogs.
skin?
I do have the
Let go.
skin.
You do have the skin.
I
Well, you
have
could
the
take all the
skin,
skins.
Which,
You would have had the time.
Yeah.
You have plenty of time for that.
okay.
Like I said, there were plenty of other
Now,
valuables.
you taking the coins?
I don't.
and
The
stuff
skins
like
are just evidence.
Okay.
as
No,
far
we're
as
not.
I'm concerned. I don't like
They don't
Yeah,
have
no, I
any
was
value
just
to
asking.
Did
you.
you write all
No.
this stuff
that.
down?
I have it written down. Take it.
They're right. I want to be clear as far as whether you guys are taking that stuff or leaving that
I
stuff.
think we should take it.
You know what? I'm just
No.
gonna take the thunderstone that they were even
Right.
in there.
I'll leave it.
Them?
There.
No, I'm talking about you guys.
Oh, yeah. I don't know nothing about it.
I'm not taking anything.
Is it, does like their alignment have to do anything with stealing?
Not mine.
Alignment.
Yeah.
You're neutral.
There's the challenge you run into is between good versus neutral. Neutral, you're much more willing to bend the rules. But if you have, I mean, think about it in terms of the police. If they break into your house and arrest you, and then steal all your valuables, is that appropriate or not?
Could be. They're
Exactly, that's
bad
the
people.
problem.
You're
Right.
taking it from a bad person.
The skins
No.
are evidence.
So you're saying that if they arrest you for whatever reason, they're entitled to take all of your stuff?
Also depends on awful.
No,
Just police in
no.
general.
Police in general. If the legal police arrest you, can they seize all of your property?
They seize evidence.
Okay.
But then you got to turn that evidence into an evidence.
Yes.
And then you have to turn it in.
So we could always take it as evidence.
But the thunderstones aren't evidence for any.
We can always take it as evidence,
Well, I think
whether we keep it or not.
Well, hold on. Who knows that I have a thunderstone?
No,
you gave me the
Oh,
Yeah, it's just what you.
Yeah, it's what your character personally perceives. Now, some people that have religious knowledge and religious backgrounds have more specifics around that.
Clearly, I have
Now,
no
a
religion.
thunderstone is like 5 gold. It's
Right.
it's trivial for you guys. The couple of 1,000 gold worth of other stuff has a lot more value, but also carries much more implications. Now, if your intent is we gather up all the property and we turn it over to the court, I'm fine with that as well.
Because there's definitely some property that is worth turning over to the court. That I'm good at assuming.
Yeah, I mean, we
Okay,
shared.
I just want to make sure before I go too far here.
the golems.
The necro
Ben.
elixir, with the adrenaline that gave undead a mental capacity, feels like this might be something that could be making this flesh golem intelligent. Which in turn pushes towards the fact that Dr. Brada provided the bodies for these guys to build these. All of this, them creating.
We could also have the time to get the glass jar specimens, and that also shows it degrades the.
Well, yes, it degrades the reputation, but what connects them to the beast?
So the bite mark
They had-
that she was so excited about. Go ahead.
So the bite mark was when Lasley, I think, was the witness for the prosecution. He had told the story of them setting a trap to try and capture the beast. Bitten by a blood king. They thought he had drowned until the beast showed up, captured, realized that he hadn't drowned and hadn't died. But there was no bite mark on bite marks on
There you go. Guilty as charged.
Cursing,
The-
cursing in full speech. Oh, sorry.
The only thing is, I think what he was getting at was this case is about the fire specifically. So that would, if we provided that kind of evidence, would they say like the blood came in, would they overrule that because it wasn't for this specific case of fire?
I don't
the
know.
overall.
I thought it was for the
All this
whole
is just
thing,
for the
all this
beast in
stuff.
general.
I don't know. It's about 2:30 a.m. at this
I'm
point.
gonna clean up.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't just the fire. I thought it was the whole thing.
This
Well,
is
the, tomorrow's case specifically is the fire. Is he guilty of the fire? Now, if we could apply this to the overall case. But
Well-
tomorrow's case is
Well,
specifically.
I also with my Theodore were able to tell that you could easily disguise yourself as the beast and use that to bring it on back to the previous game. Like bridge it over there. Yeah.
But you're not part of the.
I got permission to on the test.
Oh, okay.
Any one of you can testify as a witness. One of you in a given day.
It was more just who had the power to go with that.
There's been lots of things that prove that somebody could have been posing as the beast. The flesh mask that was found, there was a potion found.
This guy's a
where it
skin
was.
stealer. He can turn into other
Right.
creatures.
There was a potion of lesser guys found. Let me refer to my notes. A potion of lesser disguise. It was found with the ornate picklocks in Ustalog. When we were looking for the body of the 10-year-old. That's also where the beast finder was found and gifted to traveling freak show by a gypsy. That was where the magnifier. So the disguise or the potion of lesser disguise, the clothes and stuff that were found that were too large for a normal person to wear. Face mask, the skin shirts that we just found.
What you for. So they could absolutely impersonate it, and now they've got a connection with Dr. Brada to, because he was a doctor that was providing the corpses. So if there was any problem there, that would give them motive to destroy
sanctuary.
all evidence of them being connected to that. Because we found paperwork that had corpse tags in there, title at the top. It didn't have any information on it, but that combined with the ledger, so where they were buying all these from.
The papers that have the name of website match up with the ledger. General.
The
Like,
copyright
if it's-
symbol, yes, it matches up.
And so there was also some paperwork in he was Forkstag's room. Was that referring to the ledger, or was there other paperwork?
That was the ledger itself.
Okay.
Yeah, he had in a hidden compartment a ledger that detailed all of his dealings, many of which would definitely be considered illegal.
So who are we gonna be handing these guys over to?
Right.
We're gonna the courts. We're gonna lock them up.
Do we wanna make sure that the ledger doesn't have any of the higher up or people?
Now we could definitely go over that.
Just make sure that, you
With
know,
the pros-
we're not
with
handing
the,
them over to somebody that's already
defense
involved.
attorney?
Defense, prosecution, all of it. Yeah.
Prosecution.
The prosecution
You don't want to
could-
give them
I'm just saying we should.
more information.
No, he's saying we're gonna look and see. If anybody-
Does anybody want to do it with me as far as check?
You guys want to study the ledgers and make sure you don't have any conflicts there?
Yeah.
I could do it.
Okay. Okay. So by 3 a.m., we'll say, you guys conclude that no, none of the judges, at least, have any direct relationship to any of these. Now, there's a lot of notable people, and if the details of the ledger get out, it will be potentially embarrassing or hazardous to quite a few people, most notably surgeons, doctors, etc., from the town, scholars, and so forth. They've all been it seems like this network that Vorstag and Grind had established was fairly extensive, and anybody who needed a questionable thing would go to them, and they had a corner on the market.
Provide these all over the
Right, not just to Lepidstadt and not just to the university. Some of which you might arguably say would be justifiable, but how they acquired it, most likely not. Yeah. They've retrieved you too, Dan.
Yes, while they're doing all that, I'm just gonna go back to
Okay. You're getting some sleep and getting cleaned up.
I'm gonna do this.
I'm not
I'll
a
get
part
some
of the
sleep
court
too.
case.
Well, wait, no, I have to be part of the court.
No. The four of you are sleeping at this
You
point.
don't have to pass.
The other 6 of you have Vorkstag and Grind still.
I'll keep guard while everybody else cleans up, sleeps, rests,
Okay.
clean up right before.
We have a wand of restoration.
Okay. So you guys spend a couple hours more getting cleaned up, guarding them, etc. So it's about 5 a.m. Sun's coming up, so you're ready to charge in now.
Just in the front.
So what are you going to do with Vorkstag and Grind? As the city starts to wake up, keep in mind they are very notable people.
So before everything gets super, take them to the courthouse here really quick.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Let's go. Yeah.
You guys take them over there. The guards let you guys in without any difficulty, at least those of you that are on the record. Out of the 6 of you, who is not on the record other than you? You two.
Still, you took the
He's sleeping. So just the 4 of you at this point? Okay, so let the 4 of you guys in. The defense attorney, you guys get, they take the 2 and they lock them up based on your word.
And I stay in guard.
Okay, you're going to stay down there. The other 3 of you then, the guards take you over to see the defense lawyer. You go into there. It looks like he's been up all night, digging through papers and so forth. There's an empty wine bottle next to him, pulling his hair out, trying to figure out some sort of defense at this point. Seems excited somewhat to see you as he pours himself some coffee. Says, I hope you got some good news because we're losing badly here. Ultimately, I think the beast is probably deserves to be killed, but at the same point, I don't want to have a bad reputation. So, what do you got for us?
It's them right on the
Yeah.
outside the building.
Yeah. You guys can go get cleaned up, rest, whatever, beforehand. Defense lawyer would like to know what your plan of attack or actions would be for this last day of court. And if you found anything that might make a difference.
So we had found surgical. Or had examined. Found out crafted and sold at an auctioneer.
Okay?
And they were purchased from the auction by and by the name of Greg.
Okay. Yeah, I know him. Know of him.
We also went to the sanctuary and found some papers and they had dealings with Carrion Crimes. So we went to their factory and
No, I wasn't. I didn't say anything.
how you were like
No.
anyway, so we went to the factory. While we were in the factory, or we went in the factory to see if we could find Vorkstag and Grind. In the meantime, we found evidence they have been harvesting bodies. We found paperwork to prove that a lot of the bodies that had been harvested had come from the doctor at the same time. That they have been creating flesh golem. So, have been creating disguises of flesh nature to be worn. And we also did find orc stag who we have to present during court, and that here's the bite wound from the blood came in that supposedly was the beast. They thought he was dead, but thought he was not.
Okay. So the defense lawyer listens with growing interest and excitement to your descriptions and details. And over the course of the next 4 hours, you basically lay out your whole plan and story, as at least as I understand it, based on your summary. By say 9 a.m., he thinks he has all the information. Now he's suggesting we hold off on Vorkstag and Grind until at least the rest of the testimony has been given out. Who amongst your group is going to be doing the testifying? His concern is that, well, you seem to certainly have a lot more of the information if you're up to the conversation, keeping in mind that you're exhausted at this point in the day.
So charisma rolls.
They are diplomacy rolls.
Diplomacy.
You have good.
Yes. Conceivably, deception and bluff.
Right.
Do you want to
And
be the
you
speaker?
have the wand of restoration.
All right. Okay, so George is going to be doing the testifying? Okay.
Extra weight
See if
now.
it feels bad destroying his son as bad as he
Well, that'll be easier. Okay.
So, before we go on there, so basically, what am I going over? You guys,
Yeah, but
Not only did they have the skin suit, they wanted a skin stealer, actual specifically change their form.
But based on your knowledge,
Just by, yeah. So you're skin stealers. But not only are they creating flesh gold, but they also have a hero elixir that gives them semi-intelligence, make the beast to identify it as by connection of them to Dr. Brada and the Burnt Down Sanctuary, and the fact that they compare the skins to look similar to each creature throughout here, possibly been impersonating the whole time. Its identity known to these. That is what mark on.
and the fact that everybody that's been accounted for as seeing the beast, describes the beast with each story.
Also speaking before you tell.
Yeah. Oh, it was also.
You haven't.
But if they're dressing in disguise, that would explain. It's not.
All these bits and pieces, and it looks like they've been putting this stuff all over too. And so this is very, a lot of this stuff were high dollar items they were getting paid. So it would definitely be motive to make sure that everybody was quiet. Nobody that was a witness after survived. They cleared everybody out.
okay. Yeah.
Okay, my main concern is that we didn't answer if the beast
So,
did. I mean, I
in
know
court,
the court will
can
know
I do
that
it more in
the
elaborate
warm
way
stag
of
can disguise as beast.
more
That's what it's for.
expressively
but we
myself
don't know
and stuff
if the
like that,
beast
use
actually
performance
did
skill
because he
to
was there
describe
at
what we
the
did,
scene.
how we did
You
it.
can, I'll give you a
Guy who saw
synergy
it,
benefit
right, saw it,
because of your
both beasts
performance skills.
through the-
If you make a separate roll with that, I'll give you a
have-
plus
every
4
time,
on
like
your
she said,
diplomacy.
Yeah, I have
I've seen
feats and stuff like that. I can use performance to make an impression and stuff like that.
So-
Also,
Yeah, but
so
if
I didn't
the
know.
beast got
I'm fine with
captured
that.
there.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what it's intended as a bard. You're a good public speaker, so you can carry the story better.
Oh, I thought you
But
were
yeah, I'm fine
captured
with
on fire.
Would they get hero points if finding anything
Oh,
else?
oh,
Well, actually, that's a valid point before the trial starts.
We all
So,
get 20.
And while the beast is
those who scouted the place initially in invisibility were 3 of you? Okay.
Doge,
One for each of you. Those who followed in to continue it, there were 4 of you. There's 4. One for each of you. Okay. If we're taking the risks and going in, potentially getting killed.
a really good point. Out is that every description is different. Creature is a hulking beast, which Skin Stealer has the ability to assimilate size, oceans and out. But nobody actually had a clear view and was able to identify creature for. I mean, there's too much doubt.
Yeah. The defense lawyer beforehand tells you he can bring in the other 2 defendants, witnesses, what have you, Workstag and Grind, but he cautions you that it's going to have the most effect if it's at a critical point in the trial. When you're ready for them to come in, you've presented all the rest of your information, or you have a sense that you're losing the case, the surprise witness might make a difference. Okay?
Okay, so I got the information about those 2. What about the other gentleman? The proof that they couldn't have done.
Prove that he couldn't have done it?
Yeah.
Well, there isn't. It's more that they are the reason that it happened. So they are truly at fault. He's made. I really want him to be.
that was my main
But
concern.
these people who made the beast would also be in serious trouble then, since they were.
They should be held responsible wholly for the beast. But there is no. Sorry, go ahead.
It was just reasonable. Okay.
The beast was never seen to actually hurt anyone. Beast was carrying Jenny, the little girl, right? Whatever. Elsa.
Yeah.
Elsa was carrying her. There was no actual proof that he's the one that hurt her. We disproved Orkstag's where the blood came in. He wasn't the one that was in there stealing bodies. So it had nothing to do with him. He wasn't killing these swamp people. And there is reasonable doubt now with the other 2 being the issue. Really, he should be the. There's no clear view for Carl. Carl was looking through smoke and flame. He saw the shape.
Yeah, so even if
Yeah,
the beast
specifically
does
from
get
the
put to death,
court
no
proceedings,
more will be after
the
this.
focus of today is entirely on the 3rd attack, the one at the sanctuary. Okay? So unless there is a specific connection, anything for all the prior stuff, that's already been decided. Okay? And for the defense lawyer's view, you lost the first day, second day was roughly a draw. The 3rd day is up for grabs still. But for the court, if he's guilty of any of these crimes, punishment's still the same. Okay? So keep that in mind.
So what's the evidence for the second one? How he didn't do it?
So did
Because they actually did see him.
Right. Saw him.
in the
Yes.
timeline of the sanctuary burned before, after the beast was in the unit?
Before, 4 months ago.
Well, they saw him. He was carrying the girl, but they thought he was laughing, but we've determined that it was crying. So why would he be crying with the girl?
If the glove doesn't fit.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, great.
Old reference.
We're going to the O.J. Simpson thing.
So
What?
Way
day
before
2,
your
it
time.
was that found that she was killed by landslide. Court pretty much accepted that it was more of a, it was a drama.
Yeah.
The second case, when Elsa was getting carried in, she died, but he dressed up as Beast and maybe one of his friends came with them. They caused land.
I think the
Okay.
landslide was all
So you good to go?
Day 3 was
You have all the skin stuff. Testing on
Yes.
that it's
So
a
we
skin
got-
stealer.
Just my thing is I'm trying to get the information not involving the two people. Get that out of the way first. I know
Right. And the key thing here is if you try to introduce evidence that doesn't relate to the third day
yeah.
before there's a clear connection, according to the defense lawyer, the judges will throw it out as irrelevant, at which point you've lost that evidence.
so we would have for the third day we have the motive, why Vorkstag would destroy it because they don't. Because Brada was the one providing his bodies. Brada wanted more money or threatened him or anything like that. They would have absolute reason
Isn't that
to
also
destroy this
really
because of
counts
how
with
large and high dollar this business is to them. Oh, this is their chemical factory not making their fortunes. And they're straight up evil people wearing people's skins and stuff.
Okay. Should we bring up the check board?
I wouldn't.
Well, testimony is that the shambling man was born, not created.
But there was also
And they said is
Maybe Vorkstag is the gambling
it
man.
was deliberate.
Wouldn't we just ask Vorkstag
False.
if he's the shambling man?
Information too. It
Could have
might
been.
not have
I
been.
did think that you wanted to interview him.
What? Who?
Vorkstag.
Vorkstag. Weren't we supposed to interrogate him a little bit?
But they're gonna. Maybe Vorkstag is the gambling man. I mean, you saw, Jones, you saw his, like, his
Oh,
face move when you hit him in the wrong place.
it doesn't mean that
I would.
If you're when you're ready for the surprise witnesses, just let me know. Let's bring out the witnesses. Okay, at which point your testimony stops.
Okay.
And then it becomes the court questioning these two people. Okay? And they will testify per questions and give information, etc. Okay, subject to the court's guidelines.
so you want to use it at you want to use it at
And
the
that's
end.
the thing. They're going to say what they want to say as far as the situation. So you have to have enough foundation to lead that there. Okay.
Okay,
So I mean, it's all of the evidence that you guys found in the
Okay.
place all at once.
I assumed when letting the information, I had to bring out the surprise witnesses first,
No.
then go over the information we
No,
found.
no, no. When you're done with your testimony, you either feel the case is slipping away from you, or you think now's the time to bring out the surprise. That's when you do it.
Okay.
Okay. And I mean, it could be very first thing. I don't even want to testify. Just bring out these people and let them talk. Okay, that's fine. I'm giving you the opportunity to drive the testimony, and then we'll go from there. So,
Okay.
10 o'clock comes faster than anybody's hoping for, so we move it along. Beforehand, the atmosphere on the street is getting frenzied. Lots of people are out on the street. There seems to be a mass confusion as to how the city's managed to get the beast back to the courthouse from yesterday. There's also reports of vandalism on the boats in the harbor, and damage along those lines thanks to you guys' actions. However, the beast is safely ensconced down below in the prison cell. The atmosphere is crazy. Already in the morning, they're pouring oil and such on the big wicker man in preparation for the fire tomorrow and letting it soak in, get ready to go. 10 o'clock, final day of the trial of the beast begins. The Chief Justice takes a bit of extra time in the beginning to remind the crowd who's worked up and excited and everything that of the penalties of violence, telling them that he will clear the court if they don't behave. He also warns them that mobs don't rule Lepidstadt. Any threats of violence to any of the defense and any accused will be whipped out of town or hung. They won't take to any of that. He then asks the prosecution to describe the events of Sanctuary. So first, the witness for the prosecution comes on, just details the arson attack in great detail at the hospital of the Sanctuary 4 months ago. Otto alleges the beast set fire to the building, murdered Dr. Brada, killed his patients in the process, and states that only Brada's loyal assistant Carl survived. Otto calls Carl to the stand to give his evidence, and he goes through all the same story that you guys have already got it. After 2 hours of testimony, that witness is done. The town is excited because this is going exactly where they want it to. And the judges call you guys forward, or at least you forward. Okay. Defense attorney calls you, and says, "Okay, you've been assisting our defense team. What information can you share regarding the fire at Sanctuary?"
So we went to Sanctuary, and after investigation, we found papers that kept mentioning the company of Workshine and Grind.
Okay. Workshine and Grind, the chemical supplier that we have here in town.
Yes.
Would that not be unusual to have chemicals and other supplies supplied to the hospital?
No, it would not be.
Okay.
And looking at the general area and stuff like that, it would be reasonable to conclude that someone could have dressed up as the beast. Between the descriptions and stuff like that.
Okay, there's an objection from the foundation of no foundation for people dressing up as the beast. Give me a performance and diplomacy roll.
So performance is 15.
Okay, no fine, no problem.
Do I get the bonus?
Uh-huh.
Diplomacy is a 30.
30, okay. So you are spinning an engaging tale about some unknown person dressing up in fanciful clothing as the beast and pretending to be the beast. And although the crowd is thrilled about your narrative about this beast and the romanticized nature of it, they're having a challenge understanding and buying it. At the same point, you seem to be at least presented a plausible enough case to the court. Okay, that they're allowing the testimony to continue along these lines. Okay, at least until you can present some basic evidence to show that such a thing is possible in these times. So somebody on the balcony above says, "Disguise!"
In previous places, we found similar things that would make it plausible for disguises. Like
previous places, this was not at Sanctuary.
No.
How does that apply to the events at Sanctuary?
It applies to it because someone could have been impersonating
the general stuff and left it.
Okay. Prosecution's objecting to presenting information from other places. They're talking about that. Give me another performance roll.
Performance is a 27.
Okay.
Diplomacy is a 18.
Okay.
With the +4 in her.
Including the +4 to 18?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the prosecution basically shuts that down.
Okay.
As far as, I mean, anybody anywhere could have had things along those lines. That if you open up that line of questioning, that doesn't necessarily give you anything.
Okay.
They're intrigued by the concept that somebody could have been impersonating the beast, such a large and monstrous sized creature. But the fact that somebody previously at other locations had something that they're disallowed.
I guess I'm just confused with the general asking of the questions. Like you said bridge it off on the different stuff. So I'm trying to do that without giving out the information with the other stuff. So I'm
focus in terms of the events of the sanctuary. What has led you to the conclusions that you have, speaking only in terms of what you found at sanctuary? Okay. Or, like I said, if you think the case is, you're losing ground on the case, which is entirely possible, that's when you call for your expert witness or your surprise witness, and then they present that.
Okay, so I can't bring up any of the stuff that we found at the factory. Or
correct, because the factory has nothing to do with the sanctuary as of yet. Now,
okay.
all you've established right now is there was
that's different from previously when we were discussing it before the trial. That's the only thing I'm confused about.
Okay, so yeah, you've established right now that there was an attack. There was something happened at the sanctuary. There were indications of the chemical factory having dealings with them, and you've gotten them intrigued with the idea that somebody was impersonating the beast. So, along those lines, what evidence do you have to support any of those three things?
Okay.
Okay.
Would that be what drove?
That's a bit of a leap.
That's the thing I was trying to avoid, because that seems like just because we found documents about the name does not mean we just immediately jump to it. Because, like you said, it could just be regular.
But you still follow leads. You're
right, but he hasn't established that somebody impersonating the beast means we go over here. Okay, so what makes you think that somebody was impersonating the beast? What makes you think the chemical factory was directly involved? What makes you either of those things? Think in terms of those lines. Okay.
Chemicals can be reagents for fire.
Yeah, but the prosecution has already accepted the fact that the chemical company has actions with the thing, just as you admitted to. Mm-hmm. It's completely reasonable a chemical place would sell reagents to lots of different places. That's not unusual. Okay.
I don't want to step over it. So other group of them will be not in a different time frame.
Surgical tools?
But
sure. Yeah.
That's. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I was trying not to.
I was thinking that was part of the other one too.
Right. That the surgical tools you didn't find at the sanctuary.
Right.
Well,
but you can backtrack to where they were found.
If you can establish a link as to why you suspected the chemical factory, or why you suspected somebody was disguising themselves, and present any evidence directly of those, that's where you have a tie into the other things. Okay. What I'm seeing is functionally you have an argument. I know what your conclusions are,
yes.
But you're going from A to Z
I'm trying to link them together, but
okay.
I'm having trouble because what you said before the case and then now is two separate things. Like they're completely opposite of what you previously said.
The way I would suggest and this is a bit more coaching than I would normally want to do. But think of it in terms of every time you have a statement, think to yourself the question why. Okay. There was why, how, when, etc. So somebody was impersonating the beast. Why or how or where? Which one's the most relevant? Provide that information. Once you have that information, ask the same question of that. Why, how, or where? Okay? So what information do you have? What proof do you have that somebody was impersonating the beast? Sure. Yeah. It's the last day of the trial at this point. I'm fairly neutral, and at least from your theories, I know where you guys are going. I'm just trying to get through the mechanics of it.
I was thinking
So
the
we
surgical tool. They don't want to put that in just yet, and then they take it all away, and then we lost our.
Yeah, but how did the
place.
surgical tools prove that somebody was impersonating the beast?
So our
Yes,
group of
that's-
investigators split up. Half went to the sanctuary, half went investigating these surgical tools we had found with evidence of a face mask where we assumed somebody might be trying to interpret the beast or as themselves as the beast. And as that investigative group did their
And when you're presenting that, the prosecution's response is, could the surgical tools not have been used for something other than impersonating the beast?
oh, they absolutely could have.
Then
but-
how does that conclude your theory?
Doesn't conclude that the theory, it concludes the fact that we found information about Vorstag crimes at the sanctuary. We found that
Well, they're
Vorstag-
notable surgeons and chemical workers. I mean, them being wealthy and having fancy equipment isn't unusual.
Where was it that he was
I mean, well, it's
he was a chemical. He owned a chemical.
he owns a chemical factory.
That doesn't make him. Why would
Well,
he have
but if
surgical
it-
tools?
because he's a collector
Surgical tools.
of whatever. He's a collector of fine art and fine equipment. You said these surgical tools are high value. They're works of art in themselves. So
Drop the hammer.
They were found. Yes.
That's it.
that's a far more relevant thing.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, and my whole thing is I don't want to bring it up, and then it's like, well, you already presented that in a
We
previous
didn't
case.
present that.
You didn't present
We
that.
did not
did
present
not.
that.
No.
evidence. No,
Okay.
'cause we
You
didn't.
guys never had a skin mask.
But yeah, we
We
found
had the
it.
skin mask, but
in
we
the
never
bag.
presented it.
Right.
We just
Okay.
have it. Used it.
Right.
I
Or the-
thought
or
we,
the surgical
I thought
tools.
I thought we did present that in
No.
court. That was the
So
thing.
yes, that's a actual
Right.
overall connection.
Well, and more importantly, your theory is somebody was impersonating the beast. You have direct evidence of somebody who was able to impersonate the beast, had the means to impersonate the beast, and plenty of opportunity to impersonate the beast. Okay? Well, potentially motive. Okay? Okay? Which fundamentally gets back to the whole thing of, I got a surprise witness. Okay, which is fine. Okay? So they bring out Borgstag and Grind. You share with them the majority of information that you have. Borgstag and Grind come out spitting and cursing at you guys, yelling at you and so forth about how you guys broke into their place, their residence, their factory. You kidnapped them, you did bodily harm to them, you stole their materials, you damaged the factory, you disabled their guard dog, you did all these things, many of which are obviously inflated and exaggerated, but the court doesn't necessarily know that. Fairly quickly, the defense attorney has them declared hostile witnesses, at which point, with some reluctance, the prosecution, due to your performance and the theory that you're currently presenting, agrees, and the court taps a rod on the desk, and a glowing ring appears where they're sitting, at which point Vorgstag notably becomes uncomfortable almost as if he's itching within his borrowed skin. And Grind looks uncomfortable. At which point they go through the other pieces of the thing. To gloss over some of it. Functionally, Borgstag and Grind over the course of the afternoon, Borgstag and Grind were dealing with body parts and that sort of market. Okay, they had arranged with Dr. Brada to provide workers and parts. Okay, from the people that would be put into the sanctuary and otherwise forgotten about from society. So the more capable ones went to work in their factories as slave labor. The less capable ones came over there, and they had assumed the facade of the beast over the last 20 years, taking advantage of the legend and Vorkstag's ability to wear the skin of the fallen by presenting themselves as this beast. Okay? What they determine is that going back to the Swampers of Morass, they were grave robbing the island from there because the Swampers have always been known to have a particularly long lifespan. They were always very healthy. So they had numerous clients who wanted bits from them. So they went to that gravesite to dig up the bodies and so forth. They sold the bodies. They didn't care what the reasons were or anything like that until the villagers found them and attacked Vorkstag, who, when in the process of running off into the swamp, got bit by a blood thayman and scarred from the creature. They had to abandon all their stuff there, which is then what you guys found, eventually followed to them. They didn't have anything to do, at least from their testimony and the magical influence and everything, on the second site. That was something unrelated to them. But then the third one, Dr. Brada threatened to expose their operations because they were starting to get too greedy. So they went and burned the place down, killing him and destroying all the evidence. And as the defense attorney steps up, we would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling adventurers. He rips off the skin mask.
Like, skin mask?
Oh, yeah, the guy's wearing a skin suit.
Yeah, they pull the skin mask off of him. Underneath is this fey creature that has like this pale, pasty skin and very few features and so forth. Obviously looks alien.
Do you remember when Jason punched him in his skin move?
And has been wearing this mask or the skin of a creature that it had been impersonating.
He looks like it.
Okay.
Okay. That went
Functionally,
well.
the stuff that you guys all listed at the beginning was the key evidence of what it was. Now, they are unable to conclude anything about the Sea Sage effigy. Vorstag and Grind apparently had no knowledge of, no involvement in it, or anything like that. In the testimony, your theory that they created the beast doesn't seem to hold out. Okay. Yes, they trafficked in golems and so forth. They acquired a few from here or there, and they were able to make some minor ones, but they don't have the skill or knowledge to be able to make anything as advanced as the beast. Okay. Their necromantic injections or whatever, they were using predominantly for their own guardians down in the corpse pool. They were injecting the zombies to give them some sense of brain, but when you guys were invisibly looking into the room, they didn't see you, so they didn't react. And nobody else went down there when they were visible.
In about another 4 minutes, I would have.
Why?
Water's done well for me.
Right.
Yeah.
So, with your performance skill, your testimony, and the other dramatic aspects of these witnesses and everything, Vorkstag and Grime are quickly sentenced to be held over for their own respective trials. The town erupts in confusion and a bit of anger because they don't get to have a nice bonfire as the court later in the afternoon, early evening, declares the beast as innocent, scheduled to be set free the following morning. Okay. The defense lawyer, looking far more relieved, although very exhausted and tired, is overjoyed that you guys actually won and defended the creature. He does still hold some lingering doubt, but at least from all intents and purposes, the trial appears to have been successful, and his job is done. You guys are now dispatched to go about your own business, and your business to the court is no longer necessary.
Can I ask the court just released into the streets of the city? I feel like that's probably
No. He does request your presence at dawn the following morning, to provide some of an escort and ensure the safety of the beast to be led out of town, where it'll be released and so forth.
Wait, can we?
Okay.
Where the cave was in the thorn bushes?
Okay. After that, like I said, the court wraps up relatively quickly in the evening. The town is predominantly just confused. They were all dead set that this was going to happen, and there's still a fairly sizable proportion that thinks the beast is guilty or should be put to death just because of what it is. Okay. But for the most part, given the lawful nature of the town, they accept it as is, at least on the surface.
Does the court stacks
yeah, the court sends town guard to his place based on his testimony and your guys' information and so forth. They quickly shut it down and pull the mongrel men out. They send them over. They fundamentally, I mean, they're not really guilty of anything other than being deformed. But the town doesn't have any means to deal with them, and they don't have a sanctuary anymore. So they pretty much imprison them with the intent to ship them out of town within the next couple of days.
What is going to be done?
The factory is going to be shut down and dismantled. I mean, it'll need some cleansing and so forth.
Okay, as long as you're cleansing it.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, they're gonna bring.
It's against my thing to leave a polluted area.
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
said it was polluting the
So
air,
I was
he's
gonna
just
have to
sitting
go
here the
back
whole
and
time.
destroy
No,
it
yeah,
while
yeah.
everybody's asleep.
They've shut down the operation. They now have to clean up the place because it's still hazardous and filled with chemicals and so forth.
I'm gonna have to go fireball the place.
After they clean it up, what are they going to do with it?
They're not sure yet. That's gonna take some time. Okay.
Yeah, I think we can use that.
I'm just glad I got my stone.
Did we level up yet?
Okay. Now
They'll get hero points.
everybody gets a hero point
Yes.
around the table.
finally!
I don't know if there's 10 there or not. Start passing them around.
Do we level up?
Several different things happen.
We all die.
Yes, you all died.
The beast is
What
found
level
as-
are you currently?
4.
4. Okay.
We go to 5.
No,
6.
5.
Oh.
So yes, everybody will level up.
Oh, you got
Don't
your
necessarily need to worry about it right now, given the time. Let's continue story-wise. Then before the next
we
game,
need
you can
one
level
more.
up. One more.
One
Okay.
more.
We got 2.
Okay.
Well, whatever.
Everybody should have gotten 1, and you should have gotten 2 from earlier. 1 for scouting the place invisibly, and then 1 for when you went back in.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so you should have 3 at this point.
3 plus the one I already have? Or?
No. You should have 3 total.
3 total. Okay. Okay. So, you guys, the defense lawyer gives you guys a congratulatory feast dinner type thing as a thanks for all your efforts, including the ones that were not willing to sign on an official defense, but for the participation and everything. The town, at least the tavern you guys go in, is favorable towards the defense, so the evening is fairly pleasant. Late in the dinner, you get a summons from Judge Daramed, who wishes to conclude her business with you. And they tell you that the beast is going to be released at sunrise, first thing in the morning.
We turn in all that stuff, like the valuables. Do we turn that in
Yes.
evidence?
Yes.
Do they reward us for our valiant efforts?
Yes, you get a very nice dinner.
That's good.
Any money?
Food is worth more.
They specifically
No.
said we were going to get paid for it.
Yeah.
And you're not even listed on it, so you wouldn't get
I
paid for
help.
it. That doesn't apply to me.
So the summons is just to go see.
Yes. Yes. At your earliest convenience. There's no rush on it at this
Do
point.
we all as a group want to go when the beast gets released?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
No, I know that's what I'm saying, but you don't want to be the only.
No.
I'll go.
I think
Yeah,
we should
I'm
also,
I want to see him be released.
after we deal with the beast, I think we should also investigate the one guy whose name we didn't recognize. Ledger. That guy.
I still
They'll
can't.
investigate
Doesn't
this.
exist. I don't know him. How you don't know him? You also don't know Bard.
It is Arnon Brood close, something like that.
Aron Vrood.
Yes.
Did they talk about him at all?
No.
So they like to go see the judge.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I'll go.
No.
I'll go. Okay. So you guys go to the judge. She thanks you for all your effort. She is very thankful that the beast managed to get a defense. She's relatively neutral on the fact of whether he was innocent or not, as stated before. But she gives you the agreed upon payment per the original agreement. I was just looking up exactly what that was.
100 platinum.
Well, we already got that.
I'll take another 100 platinum.
We're giving way too much money. Like,
It's not such a thing.
you're the one who gave
Yes.
away
I'm
500
doing
gold.
She gives you another 100 platinum each person.
I told you.
100 platinum. Each
Where
person.
do they get this money?
She's a well-renowned
Hyperinflation.
judge of
She's a
multi
judge
years
that's
in
been
large
dealing
cities.
in a town filled with people
I
dealing
know
with
what I'm doing
body
with my
snatching.
money. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. I want to buy some new gloves.
Now, prices at the town are still going to remain at the current levels, at least for a couple of days until people leave. Okay? They will rapidly stabilize back to normal points. Okay?
Discount because everyone's
So are
frustrated.
we now on
No.
downtime?
It depends on what you guys are going to do.
So, my plan passed according to me.
Okay.
Out of town.
Okay?
Is to return to town. Assist Temple of Pharasma with putting all these bodies to rest.
Okay.
So it
That's
may
fine.
take me a couple days, but obviously see the judge tonight. Sunrise, take the beast, but then I return. I have to.
Okay. So yeah, this night, pretty much there's not much going on unless there's something specific somebody wants to do. Other than probably getting a good bath and a good night's rest for most of you. Because even with the restoration caffeine effect, that's probably wearing off somewhat. People could all use a good night's rest. That'll also give you a chance to get new spells, etc. Okay. Who of you do not want to go to the release of the beast? You do not want to be involved in the beast release?
No,
Okay.
I also want to talk to the judge about the order,
I'm very
the esoteric order,
Okay.
because she said she wanted.
He then
Sure.
shoots and kills the
Because he's
beast
not
as he
a
goes
animal
into the wild. No, I'm
No,
mad
he
'cause
doesn't
I-
have
yeah,
guns.
I don't like him for his
Or
senses.
the release.
No, he does now have plenty
He's
of
a
gold
druid.
and money.
He literally
He's
made up a
survived.
whole bunch of dead natural things.
Druids by nature hate,
Okay.
hate artificial creatures.
Literally like
Which is what it is. Just shoots them immediately.
Like he said, there's
You
that-
are free! No, you're not!
Like I said, we don't know where the druid went.
I went to the tavern and I haven't been back to see them.
Okay, so you wanted to ask her about the esoteric order?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the general summary of the order and like some of the.
The esoteric order is a secret society founded years ago during the control of the land under the Lich. Okay. When he ruled the area, there were rebellion cells and so forth trying to strike out against him, trying to take him out, or at least resist the undead influence. That's when the esoteric order was founded. Since then, they've strived to work against any of his agents or the influence of undead, not as a overt force, but more of behind the scenes. They are the most notable ones are people of power or influence, or the wealthy. Occasionally, adventurers who've gone out and taken individual quests, missions, and so forth. But also basically they're people that are working against the necromantic influence, but trying to do so behind the scenes because if it was revealed who they were and everything, then the evil agents could take them out. Okay, they're not a very strong force because Ustalov still has a lot of influence, necromancy, as you can tell from the situation here in town. This sort of thing would be something that Judge Dermid and the Esoteric Order would be specifically working against. Okay. So when that information came out, they obviously sent their agents to clean it out and so forth. But otherwise, it's basically if you have anytime you have a powerful creature, you're going to have a cult that grows up around it. Their agents work to stop those cults from bringing about whatever their plans are. Okay.
And the professor and the judge were both involved.
Judge Dermid admits that she is a member of it. The professor was as well, and was studying things, trying to get information on. There was some indication that there were some activities going on around Harrowstone Prison that they had interest in.
I'll tell her about like the runes.
Okay.
That situation.
From your descriptions and the events, what she concludes is it sounds like an imprisonment ritual. She suspects that based on the fact that the warden spirit disappeared and the warden was protecting the prison, keeping everybody imprisoned, those runes were some part of a ritual where a group or a person captured his spirit and stole it away from the place. Basically separated the spirit of the warden from their anchor.
Would it still be active since the runes and all that were still act?
Sure.
So
the runes just severed the connection.
Yeah.
The warden spirit, what they needed it for what purpose it has, that's unknown. But the ritual would have separated the warden, its spirit, from the prison, which then allowed the rest of the undead to become restless and start breaking out.
And I was going to ask her if there's any way to become. And it sounds dumb that the barbarian wants to be the member of the secret society, but in my backstory, I've adventured with the professor for a while, and I was interested in mystery, one of his goals, and I'd also be with a Duskwalker. I'd be against undead, and those types of things.
Yes. So, no, she's willing and willing to induct you guys into that if you had such desire. She has several books you can read over the next few days that'll give you the basics and tenets, and basically it equates to a skill advance in lore of the Palatine Eye. Okay.
But yeah, I'll say that I want to become.
Okay.
Look through the books in the next book.
Sure. So if you at your next skill advance, where you can normally pick whatever skill you want, effectively gives you training in that specific lore, and then anything that applies along those lines you can get, and it's available to anybody in the group that is so inclined.
And so that would be a bonus boost, like you get your normal.
No, it'd be the regular boost. You allocate some of your time and training to learn that knowledge.
Okay. When you get your skill boost, you choose the additional lore one.
Right. Normally, you can pick any skill that you have, and it makes it from untrained to trained. And I think it's every odd level.
Yeah.
So with fifth level, you can take that as it. And then the in-game thing is you just take a couple of days reading the books and learn the basics. And then it's just another skill you can advance as you go.
Which lore? What would that be called?
Palatine Eye.
Bardic lore.
It's not as specialized. It might have some
It's
information.
specific knowledge on everything.
I understand that.
Does the judge feel that this group is specific to the
Which
Does she-
group?
the group, not only the Volstagg,
Volkstag?
you feel the fact that, because she said they sent their stuff to their factory to look through all their stuff, all the books and everything they had, did they feel like that's part of a bigger group, or that they were the possible leaders? Or?
From their ledgers, it looks like they had dealings with many different groups and many different sources. There are no. The one that catches her eye is Arin Vrood, whom she knows as a high priest of the Whispering Way, a known agent of them.
Does she know what that person is?
No.
What's his background? Is his background in like necromancy?
Oh yes,
He-
the
he's a-
Whispering
he-
Way.
Yeah, he's the Whispering Way is the cult of
Yeah.
the Lich.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's like if he's like a surgeon or if he was like a necromancer.
Necromancer, spellcaster, or priest. The Palatine Eye knows him to be a ranking member of the Whispering Way.
Don't do the good people.
Okay.
Well, you chose the wrong campaign then. You're supposed to kill the kid.
Okay. Now, like I said, anybody who has a skill advance is welcome to put it in that, and that effectively makes you a member of the Palatine Eye.
Does that effectively change?
It's a secret society that may or may not complement your religion.
Would we recognize other members of it?
The knowledge would give you like a secret handshake type equivalent.
Okay, and we could use the skill to
You could use the skill to identify information along those lines.
like
may already-
contact stuff like that.
Sure.
Eh,
You
From
may
the
have
books that
some
we-
of them are complementary, some of them are not. Okay, but it's up to you whether or not you want to put the skill focus into it to become a member, or if you say that's interesting, but no, I don't really care that much.
Because inside each city there are the secret societies where they are groups that are not specifically look like churches, but they kind of have their. I only know that from the books that I read on our way here.
Yeah, I was gonna put it. I already put it in athletics, which is the
Okay.
main one. The only others would be like acrobatics.
Okay. So, rest of the night passes fairly uneventfully. Town rapidly starts to empty as people head back, disappointed in the lack of a bonfire. Early morning, a very small crowd gathers to see the beast escorted out. The majority of which is U10, or sorry, 9. The druid doesn't go. He refuses.
That's gross.
He is led out to the outskirts of town in chains, 4 guards carrying the chains and holding them at length. When they get out to the outskirts on the edge, all the local villagers are sort of standing towards the gates in case they need to run. The guards remove the shackles, which drop heavily to the ground, and then they carefully lift those up and back them away. The defense lawyer says, "You're free, beast. Be gone." Waves them off into the forest or off into the swamp, and then they all turn and start heading back. The beast just sort of stands there, referencing that figure that I had. Him on board.
Is that the beast?
That is the beast.
Looks like Frankenstein.
Yeah, that sort of the reference
yeah.
there. As everybody else heads back into town, leaving you guys alone here, Beast turns towards you, says, "Thank you so much for saving me. I have been I
They've been
have
talking this whole time. Seriously?
I have met many people who have been angered by my appearance, and I have only ever tried to do right. You are the best friends I have in all the world. These days,
I'm keeping him.
these at this point, all I wish to do is to go see Father. Find out why I'm here and what I do. Father doesn't usually like visitors, but if you wish to visit us in a few days, you are welcome. Visit us at Schloss Karamark to the north in the mountains.
Christmas store.
Schloss Karamark, you said?
What?
Schloss
There's a whole
Karamark.
village of
In what
that.
mountains? Just the mountains to the north.
To the
you
north.
said?
Yeah.
Carter,
Dog Mountain.
there's a whole
The mount.
village
Then
of
they're
that.
out.
You have to
Is
kill them all.
it a home? Is it a castle or something, a landmark we would see? Or map.
Yeah, it's on the map.
He marks it on the map for us.
Yeah.
Says he can read a map too.
What's his
Plot twist, he could talk the whole time.
Oh. What is your father's name? Is it his father?
Yes.
Oh.
He knows him as Father.
Did he create you? Were you created?
I always lived in the lands around the castle.
Oh, it's a castle.
So.
All right. We will gladly visit you shortly.
Okay. He turns and starts jogging off into the swamp. In a minute or two, he disappears into the mist.
Suddenly you hear the scream of soul being slaughtered. Oh crap!
I know what my side mission is now.
He's going to a castle.
To murder everyone as a bear.
Okay.
We just don't tell him about it. We just leave town in the morning. And he's still sleeping.
When do we have to?
Should have followed.
2 days.
The one from down.
Oh, we know where he's headed.
What do you guys want to do at this point?
Well, I need a couple days to
Bury people.
bodies.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to wait a couple of days to price
Here
back
with
to normal.
Okay. So between burying bodies, some basic rest, recovery, etc., and you guys have a lot of money to spend.
The barbarian's gonna read the books.
Yeah, he's got to read some books. So approximately 5 days go by.
Week.
Sure, a week goes by. The ranger wants an extra couple of days. So a week goes by while you deal with the bodies. You learn how to be a member of a secret society, etc. Prices come back, stabilize, and go back to normal. You guys are free to spend your money however you wish. Okay. During that time, however, you are disturbed to find that the underlying resentment in the beast, because although the beast was found innocent of these crimes, there are still many other stories about the beast. And now that they know that it's been released and it's heading north to the castle, there is a growing sense of mob justice going to deal with the beast.
Good.
Yes. Some of it is encouraged by your druid.
Yeah.
I like this.
We should just send him towards
I
the
like how this is going.
You like this
We send him
town.
towards the
He's
Witch
just
King's
whispering,
tower.
right?
Yes, go there. He is.
I like these people. I can relate to them.
You heard it wrong. He actually went south. He's actually on the boat. He's still on the boat. He took the boat.
Okay.
According to the locals and the druid, the locals are planning to gather a mob and give the beast the justice it deserves, innocent or not.
Whatever. We need to defend that place. You cannot do. We're not looking to destroy the castle. We're looking to destroy little things.
Watch, it's a whole army. You have no town.
Later, they're going to be
Take
having
anybody
made in
down.
China stamps on.
Who tries
What?
to hurt my
Well, and keep in mind, you do still have a couple of open threads and mysteries that you guys have not resolved yet at this point.
Library.
Library?
We still have the part where this your statue.
The CJ Jefferson.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why he was originally captured and arrested.
You still have? Never done.
Messenger pigeon.
Right. Okay, so we will wrap up here. This is a good starting point as far as the chapter. You guys you can advance your character to level 5, purchase whatever gear that you wish with what money remains. As far as the town, anything level 5 or less is valid.
Can we level up to level 5?
You are level 5, yes.
Anything
Level 3
5 or
spells,
Yes.
fireball,
Is there a
here we
cheat
come.
Whenever you look at gear or magic items, they all have a level notation on them. So anything that's level 5 or less. Right.
How many I got?
Last game, he said
So
anything
mechanically,
level
is that
6
basically
or
just like
less.
if the store gets new things
No.
in stock mechanically? If
Did I?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
you said
did.
that anything 6 was available. Only, I mean, that was our first big.
Okay.
That's the only reason about the.
Okay, I'm fine with level 6. That's fine.
We should bring it up to level 7.
Yeah.
so,
Can we get level 8?
Make sure you mark
items
down
become
how many hero points you have.
Yeah.
when new levels of items become available, 1, does that essentially, game mechanic wise, is that basically just like the store gets new stuff in stock essentially?
No. When you go to bigger towns, more things are available. Or different locations. Every campaign eventually gets to a point where you're just not in town. At which point, the only thing you're gaining is what you happen to find on the adventure. Okay. Right now, you guys are low enough level that you continue with the stuff. Okay.
So at level 5, we get our final ability
Yes.
because you had given us
2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Which I
Now
had
the
used
action
any of mine
line
because
Yeah,
I was just
Right.
going in.
Yes.
Right. At this point, your character should be in line with Path Builder.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would encourage everybody to go through that, update their character appropriately. Most likely, what I'm going to do is just go back to just regular Path Builder progression because lots of people have been getting confused as to when to get the other levels.
So
Other
we'll get
advances.
at level 10 then.
Yes.
Next time.
Yes. That's probably going to be easier because I don't want to keep describing how to do it. So,